actually, we welcome you and thank you very much for giving your precious time on Sunday. That too on Sunday. I mean, we really appreciate your efforts, and hopefully, I mean, you would be enjoying the session. And I would like to wish all the best to all the participants. Thank you very much.
Okay, so shall we begin?
Just a second. Before we start the semi-final round, I would request Suyash to kindly introduce all our judges. Suyash?
Suyash, now you can unmute, I think. Suyash, over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good morning to honorable judges, respected teachers, and dear participants. Today, on behalf of KLU College of Law, Navi Mumbai, I, Suyash Pawar, welcome you all. It will be my great privilege to introduce to you all our judges for today's session. Today, we have among us Amok sir. Sir has been working with the dispute team of AZB and partners since 4 years and primarily deals with commercial disputes and white-collar crimes. He practices in all courts and tribunals in Bangalore and also appeared before High Court of Delhi and Madras and the Supreme Court of India. Our second judge for the day is Tapan Tatte sir. Sir is principal area of practice are criminal law, election law, municipal corporation law. Sir regularly appears before criminal courts, including special Makoka courts and NIA courts. Before criminal courts, Sir has handled over more than 400 trials. Apart from the aforesaid, Sir regularly appears before the Supreme Court of India, the Bombay High Court, and the Debts Recovery Tribunal. We also have with us Chirag Balian Sir. Sir is the coordinator, Center for Arbitration and Research and Assistant Professor of Law at Maharashtra National Law University, Mumbai. He teaches courses on alternative dispute resolution and international commercial arbitration at university. He is founding editor-in-chief of Indian Review of International Arbitration. At university, he has been instrumental in setting up ADR Society, Moot Court Society, Center for Arbitration and Research, Center for Maritime Law and Research, and Center for Mediation and Research. He is actively involved in the training of judges, lawyers, police officers, prosecutors, industry professionals, and law students on various legal issues, including arbitration, mediation, negotiation, advocacy skill. Under his leadership, CAR prepared a research report on virtual hearing in India and also submitted the comments on the draft code of conduct for adjudicators in ICDS to UNCI, PRAL, and ICCID. He is pursuing his doctorate from Symbiosis Law School, Symbiosis International University, Pune. Earlier, he has served as a law clerk cum research assistant to the Chief Justice of India and other judges of the Supreme Court. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Suyash, for such a nice introduction. For the kind information of judges, I would like to inform that today for the first round we have NM2 as client and counsel pair and NM15 as client and counsel pair. NM2 as client counsel, NM15 as client counsel, and mediators are NM5 and NM10. If the judges permit, shall we start with the round? Okay.
Yes, please.
Annapurna?
Yes, ma'am. Team, your time starts now.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone. I will be mediating the process along with my co-mediator. First, I will ask the parties to ensure that there isn't any conflict of interest. To summarize our role throughout this process, I'll say that our role throughout the process is not to adjudge or provide you with a solution. Rather, it is to facilitate you reaching the solution to your problem. Think of us as a means to an end. Our job is to make the parties understand each other, Whether we will reach a settlement to the problem is completely up to the parties. I will also like to inform the parties that for our mediation today, we will not be having any caucuses. Uh, this isn't a legal forum, as we all know, so there isn't any need for the parties to mention any statutory or constitutional provisions per se. I would also like to point out one extremely important point. No one here is right or wrong. Everyone has their own side of the story. We are here to listen every side of the story and come to a settlement. Moving on to my co-mediator.
Thank you so much. First of all, I welcome both of the clients here. I welcome both of the clients for this process of mediation. And I hope that we end up with a good note and with the purpose for which we are here. I would request both the councils that I know both of you are very learned councils, but I will request you to, get into less of legalities and think of parties getting better relationship. Think for both the parties. Forget that you are client for which party. Just try to, unite the parties and think for the betterment of the parties. Also, I would like to tell some rules to the parties, which me and my co-mediators have created. This is specific rules for our mediation sessions. Please don't use foul language. Please maintain the dignity of this mediation center and the mediators. Okay, I request the clients not to raise the volume. I expect that you guys, the clients, will think of us not as judges, but as people who are facilitating you. Everything which happens here is confidential, so feel free to share whatever you want to. Also, if you hide things, this is a loss on your part. You will not be able to get the best possible conclusion, which could be better for your lives. So please don't hide anything. Also, feel free to say anything which you want to. I would now give the podium to my co-mediator. I would like him to please explain the procedure of mediation to the clients.
Absolutely. So as my co-mediator said, please open up, please speak your mind, whatever you want to. This is a confidential process. Don't think that we are going to share it with anyone else. It is completely confidential. So please do that. Now I think we have completed everything that we want to say. So we can move on to the party's opening statements. And please introduce yourselves and tell us how would you like to be addressed as well. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Chinmay Salve, and I would like to be addressed as Dr. Salve. Unfortunately, my wife Namita Salve is not able to join this session because of her ill health, and I'll be representing on behalf of the both of us.
Okay, welcome, Mr. Salve. We welcome you to this mediation. Can we have the next party, please?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ms. Shreya Mehta, and I'm the mother of Ms. Sanya Salve. I would like to be referred as Ms. Shreya.
Welcome, Ms. Shreya. We hope we get to the best possible conclusion.
Good morning, everyone. I am the counsel for Dr. Salve and Dr. Namita Salve, and it is great to be a part of this mediation session here today. And we are looking forward to having a fruitful discussion and reaching an amicable solution. Thank you.
Counsel, how would you like to be addressed?
I would like to be addressed as the counsel for Team 2.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mr. Anirudh Shankar, and I'm the counsel for Mrs. Shreya Mehta. I would like to be addressed as Mr. Anirudh. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramsar. So now we would like to talk to the parties. Mr. Salve, can we please have you on mic?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, very much. Thank you, Mr. Salve. So can you please tell me, when did your son got married?
I would like to, yes, my son got married in 2004. So to begin with what has happened, I would like to say a few things. Me and my wife, Namita, are retired doctors who served in the armed forces. Shreya here is the daughter of our very close family friends, and Rohan and Shreya have been childhood friends, and they married each other in 2004. In 2007, all of our lives were blessed with the birth of our granddaughter Sanya, and she has been an absolute blessing in our lives. In the and then like when Sanya and our son Rohan, when they used to work, like our Shreya and Rohan, when they used to go to the work, they used to leave Sanya with us while they were at work. So we had a nice bonding with our granddaughter. But in 2018, due to certain differences, Shreya and Rohan split apart. Uh, Shortly afterwards, our son passed away. And as if this incident was not traumatizing enough for us, our granddaughter was taken away. Shreya didn't allow us to meet our granddaughter shortly after the passing away of our son. And also, Shreya goes to work, and while she goes to work, she leaves our granddaughter with her neighbor who runs the daycare. Even when we are alive and we are so eager to take care of our granddaughter, support her in all the ways that we can, we are being ignored and abandoned, if I can say, by Shreya. We feel extremely distorted by what has happened, and her irresponsibility in the past and her behavior, made me and my wife think that it would be best for both of us to file for a custody, since I think we are at a better position to care and nurture for the child. And even talking about Shreya's finances, she's not in a good financial capacity to provide for our granddaughter, or she can't even hardly make the ends meet. So I that this is one of the main reasons why me and my wife filed for the custody, and here we are now.
We respect your emotions, Salve. But can I please ask, what is the reason that your son and your daughter-in-law didn't live with you? I mean, you guys lived separately after your son's marriage, right?
No, uh, they were both independent individuals, financially independent. So we were fine with any decisions they had taken. And when they went to work, they left the child with us. So the scenario we're in situation perfectly fit us, because we wanted to spend time with our granddaughter, and we were actually able to spend time with our granddaughter.
Okay, so Mr. Salve, before death of your son, you say that they left their daughter with you, right? You spent time with your granddaughter. What suddenly happened that your daughter-in-law didn't allow you to meet your granddaughter? Is there
That's
anything
exactly
specific that happened?
my point. After the divorce took place, we were completely abandoned, and we were shattered actually, because we were meeting her on a daily basis, and all of a sudden after the divorce, then we don't meet her at all. This is what has happened. This is very concerning, because as
So
grandparents,
you say that you don't know the reason why your
Ms. Mediator,
daughter-in-law
if
didn't.
I may interject, then I can if
Yeah, Ms.
I
Shah, we
could
will
present the
definitely come to you.
reasons.
Just give us 2 minutes. Let me finish it with Mr. Salve. I will get back to you. Just give me 2 minutes. Yes, Mr. Salve. So according to you, you don't know the reason, right?
they had their own differences. They split apart, and after our son died, it's like the family of our the son's side, that is Rohan's side, we are completely left abandoned. She's gone with the daughter now, and she's lived separately.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Shah, can you please have your mic?
Okay, co-mediator, if I may interject, before
Yes,
we go any
please.
further, I would like to set the agenda for the process.
Yeah.
So first item on our agenda will be whether the grandparents should have Miss Sania Salva's custody, any custody. And the second item on our agenda, should the grandparents have any access to Miss Sania Salva?
Yes.
Okay, let us proceed.
Also, when we talk to one party, we want the other party to please sit and listen. We will definitely give chance to both of the parties. So let us please listen to both parts of stories. Then only we can really have a discussion, right? So Ms. Shreya, please come on, ma'am.
Yep. So as I was saying, as you might know, it's extremely difficult to be a single mother in an extreme, and it's a difficult job. Not only is it about making financially ends meet, but also it really gets lonely at times. And in those hard, lonely times when you have no one to talk to, I've personally found comfort in sometimes in live-in relationships. And my daughter, who is extremely mature for her age, has completely understood and supported me. In fact, she has met all my partners as well during this while. And what I would like to bring on record here is that while some actions have raised allegations of loose moral character, these are something that I believe are completely baseless. And I would want and people, it's 2021. Come on, where are you living? You can't say that these actions are of loose moral character
Miss,
anymore. And I would just like to point out that they're
There's
completely
some network
baseless.
issue on your
Now,
end, Ms. Shreya.
having
yeah,
lost,
Miss
hello,
Shreya,
yes, am I
we
audible?
can't. Yeah,
Hello,
no,
am
you
I
can't.
audible?
Please go ahead.
So where did I get cut off?
Yeah, you are now. Can you hear us?
So where did I get cut off? Yeah, I can hear you.
You get cut off
Irresponsible
and this
guy.
is 2021. You say
Okay,
that, yeah.
I just said, I
Yeah.
just want to put it on record that these allegations are completely baseless. Also, having said that, my daughter has also been through so much that I can't even imagine. Firstly, being a child of divorce, and secondly, having to see her father pass away. See, everyone knows how important it is to have multiple authority figures in the life of a child. So, in this case, what I want to let it be known is that my daughter, I am completely receptive towards making my daughter understand the importance of the presence of her grandparents in her life, because I understand the importance of authority figures. However, the point here is that my daughter in herself is not fond of her grandparents, which is where the problem is arising. I am completely open to let her understand the importance. And towards this end, I am ready to talk to her. But for that to happen, we need to see some concrete changes in behavior of my parents-in-law as well. And towards that end, what the kind of changes that I desire and what changes would be ideal, my counsel will lead into the claims and demands. Finally, I would like to thank the mediators for taking the time out to help us with this process, and to everyone, including my father-in-law and his counsel, for patience.
Okay,
Okay,
Miss,
Ms. Shreya.
do you want to go
Yes,
first? Yeah.
please go on.
Miss Shreya, I have a question for you. So, as you have mentioned that you are a single mother and you have had various relationships, various live-in relationships, and you are working, you are hardworking, you are making ends meet, right? As a single parent. What I want to ask you is, how are you gonna manage your work life, your love life, and your parenthood, your motherhood? How are you gonna manage that time as a single mother?
See, I've been doing it all along. I have no qualms with it, and I can continue doing it. That's never been the issue. It's always about, see, I understand that my parents-in-law also want to meet their grandchild, want to spend time with her. It's a completely natural feeling, and I'm completely with them on that. What we need to see is some changes in their behavior so that my daughter also becomes receptive to them. The whole problem is that she herself is not fond of her grandparents. So what we can do is aim to see a change in their behavior, so I can make her understand that yes, please understand the value of your grandparents that your grandparents have in your life, appreciate them, so we can work towards building a relationship there, because it'll be good for her only.
Michelle, let me rephrase my question. What we want to ask you is that if grandparents are to be given the custody, then how will you manage that? How will you uh, manage that custody
I'm
if
not
that were to
saying
happen?
you I'm not I'm not saying the grandparents of Shreya should get complete custody. I'm saying they'll be introduced into her lives. Right now, they've claimed that I have stolen her away or something, which is something I want to refute. I have not stolen her away. I am completely on board with them having a part in Shreya's life. In fact, I want them to have a part in Shreya's life, but for that, they'll have to see some changes in themselves. We all know, we've seen the record that suggests that their own bring up style of bringing up has been seen to be reckless, which my daughter also understands, and she because of that reason she also keeps her distance from her grandparents.
Okay, Ms. Shreya, as you stated various times that your daughter don't want to meet her grandparents, right?
Yep.
Okay, what is the reason? I mean, she lived with her grandparents earlier when you and your husband went for work. When you guys go for work, you left her with your in-laws. What is the sudden reason that she don't wants to meet her grandparents? It is
See,
not that she didn't live with them earlier, she did. Then what happened? Is there any incident or anything that
I
happened?
completely understand where you're coming from, but the way I see it, earlier she used to do that, but now, like, all of a sudden, I think she's not accustomed to that style of parenting. I think she likes, she does not like the style of parenting that was shown there, which is I guess it's fair, but I've also been, what I have been doing is trying to make her understand the importance of grandparents, which is I want their involvement in my life. And towards that end, we have, like I discussed with my counselor before, and we have some changes in mind, which I want him to bring on the record here on this call right now.
Okay, we agree to that. Also, you said you live alone, right? All this while you're living alone.
Yeah, I've lived alone, I've also had a few live-in relationships during.
Okay, yeah, we get that. Why don't you live with your parents when it is so difficult? You know, you work, you have your personal life as well, you have to handle your daughter. So, where are your parents? Why don't you live with them?
No, I'm an independent woman. I want to live alone. That's my decision. I don't want to live with my parents. That's my call. Like my granddaughter has her own call with regards to not wanting to live with her grandparents, which I completely understand. And that's my call. That's
Also,
not something in question on this call.
Also, didn't you try convincing your daughter that, you know, living with grandparents is an important thing? You should also keep in mind emotions of your in-laws, right? Their grandparents, she's the only grandchild they have.
That's what I've been telling you. I've been trying to convince her, but...
Speak here.
Okay,
Yes,
just
please.
a second, if I may interject at this point. So what I hear from Ms. Shreya up till now is that she is ready to give access to the grandparents if she sees some changes in them, right? Am I right, Ms. Shreya? Ms. Shreya? Council, can you speak for Ms. Shreya? Yeah, Council, can you develop on that? What kind of changes do you want to see in the grandparents?
I just want to clarify a few things first. I think this line of questioning by the mediator is quite hurtful for my client. I think she's a strong, independent woman, and she can stay with whoever she wants to and independently and such like that.
Absolutely.
Same way for the grandparents, how they want to.
We don't need to we don't mean to interject in her personal life. We are just trying to get to know her.
This is our duty to know each and everything
And
about
the
what we
line
are
of question
mediating.
cannot be why should she stay like this? Why don't you stay with your parents? I think that's
so that is a support system she can have. And that is a very basic question, Mr. Council. This is nothing offending, I guess.
Yeah, but okay, so fine, she's answered
Council,
that.
please let us not digest from our point. Please let us.
Stating my client's point is something which.
Yeah, we apologize. We apologize.
I think
we apologize if we have hurt your client's feeling.
Yeah, Ms. Shreya, I apologize you from the bottom of my heart if I hurt your sentiments in any way. That isn't an intention, of course.
See, that's okay. But now I would just like to proceed with this meeting. Let my council lay down the kind of changes I want and move ahead, please.
Okay.
Yeah, so moving on to that. So there's been a couple of instances where Miss Sania has stayed with the grandparents and she's found medical equipment just lying around, and that's something which really affects her child. And she's not really had a very good colloquial relationship with her grandparents. So this is one of the reasons why she has wanting to stay only with her mother and not really meet her grandparents. So the thing that we have come up with is one, as we know, the grandparents are also very interested in the life of her grandchild and want to see her happy. One is we would require some monetary support. As you know, Mrs. Sania works in a school and she's barely making ends meet. One thing we would require is monetary support. If the grandparents could help us out on that, it would not only benefit Ms. Sania, but also her grandchild. And secondly, when it comes to reckless behavior, we understand with the grandparents, but we would like an assurance that they would be more careful around Mrs. Sania. So if they could assure the same, my client could then convince her and say, your grandparents are willing to enter your life. They'll be careful around you. They'll take care of you. and then he could slowly start the conversation of where we could create a system where the grandparents could come over the weekend or something like that.
40 minutes left.
So they could
Council,
create a system like that.
I'll seek a clarification from you, then I'll move to the next party. So what kind of assurance do you want? I mean, is that like a certificate signature? What kind of assurance is that?
See, this is not a courtroom as we know, so just a verbal assurance that they would be more
Absolutely.
careful, and that's all we require.
Okay. So I would like to ask Dr. Salve if they will be able to give monetary support to Ms. Shreya and about the assurance as well, if you would be able to give assurance to the
First of all, I would like to address a few things before I reply to your questions, Mr. Mediator, if that's fine. Okay, as I've seen, I think there have been a lot of allegations and miscommunication here. There are a few things I want to set it right on the record before we begin. First thing is that if you see the series of incidents that have happened, first my granddaughter stays with me when me and my wife when they go on a work. Then my son gets divorced. After he passes away, suddenly I can't see my granddaughter, and I'm not given access to her. She is at a very impressionable age, and she's at a very naive stage where she can be influenced by people, if you know what I'm trying to say. But and then all of a sudden when she is fine with meeting us and now she doesn't want to meet us, I think there's something going on here, and I would really I really have my doubts. And secondly, when we are being blamed for a reckless behavior with the that was one incident. That was just one incident, and I agree that there was an error in our part. But no matter how careful you are around a child, there are things that suddenly happen, or how no matter how careful you are, there might be things that might go wrong. So I do take responsibility for that, but that was one error, and I assure you that won't happen in the future. And as you know, we are retired now. And most importantly, my wife Namita is she has cancer. I'm sorry, I'm in a loss of words. I'm very emotional right now. She has fourth stage liver cancer and has only a few days to live. And her last wish is for her to meet the granddaughter and to have a good cordial relationship. And you must understand how important this is to us. This is something that we have been very distraughted and we feel abandoned.
Okay.
If our family would have been here today, this wouldn't have happened. I'm sorry, Miss Mediator, but can I complete first? I'm really sorry. But sorry, I just want to complete this. Had our son, this wouldn't have happened had our son been alive today. He knew how important we are in our granddaughter's life, and there's a certain kind of void that nobody can fill that we as grandparents do. Then this is something that cannot be underestimated. And when we talk about the live-in relationships, the thing that we are concerned here about is the people they've known for their entire lives they don't trust. But how do they expect me to trust a person? She is in a live-in relationship with our granddaughter. I want you to understand that and convey this in a good manner to Shreya if she's not understanding. And also Shreya, most importantly, I want you to think of us as the family friends we've always been since your childhood. We've seen you grow from, you were so little when you were born, and you grew in front of our eyes. You don't just view us as the in-laws of your ex-husband. View us as your family friends and someone who's always looked after your well-being and always wanted the best for you.
Mr. Salve, I completely understand, and I am with you, and I'm on this page with you, which is why I am constantly in dialogue with my daughter with regards to understanding the role that her grandparents play in her life. And see, about the isolated incident, as you yourself stated, that Sanya is at a very impressionable age. So such isolated incidents can also create impressions in her mind about the kind of upbringing that she also got scared, which is what somewhat created an image in her mind, and which is what we're trying to address here. If we see progress and change in the fact that you do become more careful around her, I assure you that I will speak to her and make sure that she understands the value you hold in her life and how much you love her. And I also care for my mother-in-law. I understand how it's her wish to see her granddaughter. I mean, she's my daughter, and if I had a granddaughter whom I had very limited days to see, I would be in her place, and I completely get it about wanting to see her, which is why I am constantly talking to Sanya, making her understand that, see, this is the importance grandparents hold in your life. And I mean, see, you're emotional, and even I've lost my husband recently. I'm also extremely emotional, and it's difficult for me to, and plus with working so much, it's difficult for me to take out time also. And whenever I do get the time, I always try to make Sanya understand that, see, it's a mistake, it happens, but grandparents are important features in your life, and you should be like willing to open doors to them. And like, as again, she's a rebel teenager, like phase, she's in that phase right now. Obviously it's going to take time, but I can promise you from the bottom of my heart, I'm doing my best.
Okay, one thing I would like to point out to
Mr. Mediator, before I was not done, and
just
before
one second.
I would just like to point out
one thing
that you guys are on the same page. You have assured him that you have assured Miss Shreya that you will be more responsible towards her now, and she has also expressed that she is trying to uh, convince her daughter that her grandparents are needed in her life. So you are on the same page now. Please go ahead. That is
one
what I
second.
wanted to point out.
I will just like to tell you that let us just not get into the past. Now, what happened? So, what the situation is right now, that your daughter-in-law is ready to give you to let you meet your granddaughter. You should be happy about that. Let us just not get into character assassination, that she is in a living relationship and all that. Let us focus on what is happening today. You want to meet her, she's ready to let you meet her. She's ready to convince her on her part, right?
Miss Mediator, I feel a little taken aback because I'm not to assassin the character of my ex-daughter-in-law. That's not what I've tried to do. And as an old guy who's already lost his son and is in the way of losing his wife, like, I don't have any confidence left anymore. The only living piece of my son's memory is my granddaughter, and you should understand the kind of importance that Sanya holds in our life. And I really appreciate, Shreya, that you are trying to help Sanya and us reconcile. But really, this has been a very, very emotional journey, and I would like to now my counsel is ready to give the
Before we proceed, Dr. Salve, you haven't answered my question. Would you be able to give monetary support to Miss Shreya?
Yes, I'm coming to that. My counsel would
Mediator, I
answer
will
that.
be addressing that.
Okay.
Yes. So hello everyone, and I want to actually since it has already been abundantly made clear that both the parties agree with the current situation and they want to move past it. So my client is willing to support Miss Sanya in whatever manner that she might require. He and his wife are willing to provide all the support in the world that they can provide for their granddaughter. They dote on her and they want to do the best that they can. So the proposal that my client had in mind is that he would request Miss Sanya along with her mother to come and join them, because there are very few months left for his wife. They would like to spend as much time as possible together. So he would be providing for the entire maintenance, taking care of Sanya and all of her educational or any other expenses that she might incur, while also staying in the same house, so that whenever Miss Shreya Mehta goes away for work, she will also be taken care of. The daughter will be taken care of.
Okay, up till now, we have agreed on 2 points. First is monetary support. Dr. Salve is agreed to give monetary support to Miss Shreya. Next, they have given assurance that they will take responsibility. Now, a proposal from grandparents' side that
Mr.
Miss
Mediator,
Sanya,
if I may interrupt, I want to correct
yeah,
that.
please.
I'm willing to give monetary support only to Sanya, and I want Shreya to stay along with us because Shreya has made it clear that our granddaughter is in a very, she will have difficulty to reconcile with us. That's one of the main reasons why we want her to stay with us. I hope you understand.
Yeah.
Because I
if I
don't want to
may,
underestimate the relationship and a bond a daughter
Just a
shares
second, Miss
with
Shreya.
her
Please
mother.
let her complete. Yeah, go ahead.
I really respect you as a mother and the kind of independence you give to Sanya, and I know that you share a really great bond with our granddaughter, and I don't want to disrupt that. So through this process, for things to occur very smoothly, this is what we propose. Thank you.
What do you
see,
think about this
I
proposal, Miss Shreya?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I have I completely understand where she's coming from, but with respect to the proposal, what I suggest is the opposite of this exactly. Because in order to gain her trust, because as of now, from the communication that I have received from Sanya herself, she is not very fond of her grandparents. And in order for me to help her to gain the trust of her grandparents, I suggest we start slowly. Instead of just forcing her to live with her grandparents immediately, I suggest let's start with small meetings, so that while slowly she gets to spend little bits of time with in her own heart, she earns, like, the grandparents can earn their trust, and as and well that trust grows, then they can move towards living together for a short period of time, and then maybe even, as they said, take over the role of the daycare as they were sort of proposing to do. But I just believe that this as a process should start with the tiny bits, but start with small meetings instead of going to the extreme end step itself.
Like a cooling off period, right? A cooling off
I
period
mean,
before you guys move in with her. Is that right?
yeah, pretty much. It's like spending a little bits of time together, so that you gain trust slowly and steadily. Because see, gaining trust is a slow process, breaking trust is the fastest one. And since the fastest one is already happened, mending the relationship towards her is going to be a slow, arduous process. And no matter how much I want to speed it up, that's just not how it works. I am completely willing to give her all the time she needs to build her trust. But it has to start with slow and steady steps.
So, Dr. Salve, what do you think about this proposal of cooling off period before
Also,
they are able to move
the
in with you?
council for Dr. Salve has raised hands. Yes, council. What do you want to say before we get into
Yes.
the acceptance?
So I wanted to seek a little clarification on what Ms. Shreya just stated. My client has never done anything that deserved to be poked and prodded about at such great length. They have not taken any action that would break Miss Sania's trust in them. They've always been doting grandparents. I don't think that they I don't think that there should even be a grain of doubt in Miss Sania's head. And if there is any, I think that since she is at an impressionable age, I think that there is something that is being influenced for her to have these thoughts.
Madam Council, I'll
And
say at this
also,
point.
one moment. Additionally, I understand that Sanya might require time, but time is very, very crucial for my clients. As we have made it clear, we don't have a lot of it. So, yes,
So I
Ms.
wanted
If I
to
may
bring it to your
I
notice.
definitely understand your
Just
concern.
a second. Just a
Just
second.
a
Mr.
second, please listen to
Mediator,
the
Mr.
mediators as
Mediator,
well.
Yeah.
Give some time to
excuse
them.
me, please.
Let us also speak,
A
right?
clarification was sought, which is why I'm just saying that,
Mm.
see, I understand your concern, and I'm just going to let my counsel address this immediately right now after whatever the mediators have to say.
Okay.
Okay, so I just wanted to point it out to you that Ms. Shreya has been stating it a lot of times that she is trying to convince her daughter that she needs her grandparents in her life. So you can't say that she is being influenced negatively by her now that she has admitted to that fact. Maybe previously, we don't know previously what happened. Let that be set aside. Now, what she is stating is that she is trying to uh, get her incorporated in your lives as well. Please, Ms. Shreya, what did you want to say?
Yeah, so I just will speak on behalf of my client now. So yeah, firstly, I think we've been making great progress here, and now to go back to my client has influenced somebody is going on the wrong track. I think the opposing client has spoken very well, has appreciated Shreya as a single mother and all that, and has been looking to move forward. So, and as my client spoke about slowly moving in, what we suggest is probably, let's say on the weekend, the grandparents come over to Miss Shreya's house, have a dinner, have a lunch, get to speak, because it's been quite some time since the grandchild and grandparent have spoke. So they have a dinner, have a lunch, maybe take her out sometime to a theme park, a movie, something a 14-year-old kid would like to do. So slowly she'll be able to gain that trust, and she slowly should be able to like her grandparents, understand the responsibility. And then I think my client would consider something as moving in with them for that limited period of time. But I think early on, it's what we have to understand here is the child's interest is both important for both parties. And when the child is not comfortable with someone, us forcing her is not correct, is not the right way forward.
We
Now
completely understand the concern, Sir Counsel, and I would like to talk to Mr. Salve regarding the proposal by Ms. Shreya. What is your
about the cooling off proposal? Please respond.
Okay, I would like to say there's no time. What cooling off proposal? I understand what you're trying to say, but my wife is dying there on one side. She's on almost on the deathbed, and I can't. This is sorry. This is very distorting for me. I'm so sorry. And when you talk about meeting outside theme park, then everything, we are too old. I sorry, but this is not that. That's not what we had in mind. I'm sorry,
One
I'm in
thing
a
I would
loss of words, but I really want you all to understand the gravity of the situation here. I'm very old, so is my wife. She's dying.
Mr.
I'm
Salve,
coming
Salve.
here in an urge. One second,
Yeah.
sir, if I may. And this is I cooling off period. I understand in a normal situation, but this is not a normal situation, because if you and Shreya, Sanya has always had a loving relationship with her grandmother. She never had a problem with her grandmother, and she loves her to the entirety. And please tell her that she's going to pass away soon, because these are the only few moments she can have of her grandmother. When she's
Mr. Salve,
gone, and it's gone, like we can't help it. There's nothing we will be able to do about it, and we will be filled with regrets if she's not able to meet her grandmother. And I don't want Sanya to be in that position, never.
Mr. Salve, I completely get where you're coming from. I am very sympathetic of your situation as well. But see, what I am telling you about Sanya not being fond of her grandparents is something that's come from the horse's mouth. It's come from her herself. And as I've been constantly telling you, I've been trying to convince her of the role that grandparents play in her life. I have been doing my utmost. And see, and I understand the expediency of time situation, but I cannot force her to do something that's completely against her will. This is not something that I can just force upon her to go have a relationship with her grandparents. That has to happen organically. That has to happen slowly. And as much as I want to help you have a relationship, I cannot force it. I cannot just make it happen. This has to happen as a process itself. And I'm so sorry that I have to put it in words like these, but it has to happen slowly.
Yes,
But I would also like to express my grievance. I know, Shreya, you've been saying that you've been trying that, but you vanished for 4 months, and you say you want your daughter to have a good relationship, but your actions just don't speak for what you're saying. That's my
I'm sorry.
concern.
What do you mean that I vanished for 4 months? What do you mean that I
I
vanished
mean,
for
where
4 months?
was our granddaughter all these? I mean, for the while, like we couldn't see her. We were denied
Dr. Salve,
access. Let
please.
me repeat this. We were
Mr.
denied
Dr.
access.
Salve,
please.
don't talk to her directly. You can ask us. We can
I'm sorry,
clarify them.
Mr. Mediator, but I let the emotions get the better of me. But
Yeah.
these are something you should understand. We are very emotional people, and these are life.
Yeah, both of us are in fact.
I completely understand. She's also in an emotional phase. You shouldn't let your emotion take over you, right? So please,
I mean,
Michelle.
I would like to actually restate the fact that Shreya said that she's very, she's pro for us having a good relationship with our granddaughter. Then why were we denied access? It didn't come from Sanya. We were denied access by Shreya.
Mr.
That's a valid question. That's a valid question.
See, we completely understand your concern that your wife is health condition is very critical, but we have to, we have to make sure that Miss Sanya herself wants to meet you. Nobody, nor the mediators, nor her mother, nobody can force her to meet you, right? So you have to understand that Miss Shreya is saying this continuously that Sanya doesn't want to meet you herself. It is not Miss Shreya who's saying this. It is Sanya who said this continuously on her own, with her own mouth, right, Ms. Shreya, that she don't wants to meet you. Right. Also, you should see to the efforts of Mishra that she's ready to let you meet her. She's ready to convince her, but all this takes time.
Team, 20 minutes left.
You are a very aged person. You have a great experience of life. You should understand that things like trust takes time. It can't be built in a minute. She's ready to do whatever you want, but then you have to be cooperative as well.
Now,
I am being as cooperative as I can. I have been as patient as I could have been. And it's come to, she's in the 4th stage
Dr.
of
Salve,
cancer.
please,
You should understand.
let
Time is not
speak for
what I have, and it's not a luxury.
Dr. Salve, please listen to the mediators as well.
I'm asking your question to Ms. Shreya. Just
yes, yes, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, you were going to ask a question, please.
Yeah, the question that she asked, why was her granddaughter not allowed to meet her for this long period?
So see, first of all, I would just like to say that in 2018, I had also lost a childhood friend, an ex-husband, and somebody I was still close to, right? Like we had our differences, which is why we got a divorce, but we'd known each other since childhood. So yeah, obviously I was also devastated, and I also wanted some time alone, time off to cope with myself, to grieve with the loss. And Sanya had also lost her father. Like it's not easy on any of us. I understand you lost a son. It's a devastating loss. But I also lost a best friend, a husband, and my daughter also lost a father. Like it's been extremely difficult on all of us. And if I wanted some time to myself to regroup, just to, just to try and make sense of things again, like I do not believe I owe an explanation to anyone for not wanting to, go out, meet people during that phase. Plus, and like I said, I am not here to deny access to my daughter to her grandparents. I want her. And see, the only reason she's not meeting you is because she has told me herself that she is not fond of her grandparents. And all that I have done in this case is try to convince her of the role grandparents play in her life. And I hate the fact that I'm being harped on by this, in the sense that I am the one keeping her away from from Mr. Salve, when the fact is that I am the one who is trying to be the bridge that on the gap that has been formed between them. I am the one who's trying to mend the relationship, and I am the one being harped on by saying that I am the one denying access. That's what hurts, honestly.
So let me just echo to what Ms. Shreya has just said. She has said that because of the fact that someone very close to her had died, and not just her, Miss Sanya as well. She lost her father as well. So we cannot expect someone at that time to go out and meet someone actively, right? That is understandable. And what also is Ms. Shreya mentioning that she has never stopped her daughter from meeting the grandparents, as she has just admitted to now. So please keep that in mind while responding to that. Dr. Salve, please go ahead.
Also, we would just a small request to the clients, please don't see what happened in the past. We have to see that, the grandparents get access, the grandmother gets some time to live with her grandchild. Let us just not complicate things more. That why didn't you allow us to meet? Why this happened? Why that happened? Let us just keep all that apart. Let us concentrate on the proposals and let us get a beautiful solution for this so that all of you can live a happy ending life. Okay, that is why we are here for. We are not here for why Mishra didn't allow you to meet or anything like that. We are here to find a conclusion that you get access to your granddaughter, and Mishra is also happy with that. We are here for that. So please stick to the agenda. That is my request to both the clients.
But I was under the impression that this was a confidential thing and we could share whatever we can. And if only we share the past with you, then will you know the position that we are coming from? And this is what I want to clarify. I don't want to dig past wounds. Only if they are addressed here face to face, so can we move in the, move
Dr.
ahead.
Salve, if I may clarify what my co-mediator was trying to say.
No, 1 second. I'm not done. Can you please give me 5 minutes?
Okay,
yes,
okay,
I don't mean to say that, we're trying to heal what's happened in the past so that we can move ahead in the future. This is where I'm coming from. And also when Shreya said we will take time to regroup and everything, I would like to ask, why was there ever a scenario where we had to regroup? I understand we had a huge loss when Rohan passed away. So did you, Shreya. But I, you should understand that it's not just you as an individual. When you have a child, it's her relations also at stake. So when you didn't want to meet us or anything that has happened in the past, I understand. But you should also keep in mind that even my granddaughter's life is at stake. Maybe she's hesitant now that to meet us, probably because of that. You have to consider all these things before trying to say that. My concern is,
Mr.
why do
Salve,
we why are we at a stage that we had to regroup? Why did this happen in the first place? Because
Mr.
we were
Salve,
cut off for a while. This is what I'm
I
trying to say.
Mr. Salve, and what I've been trying to convey is that the cutoff never happened from my side. So all I'm saying is that Sanya herself was hesitant to meet you, and my only role in this situation has been trying to convince her of the importance of grandparents. Now, please, I mean, please, as both of us are clearly very emotional right now, please let my counsel take ahead the argument so we can come to a proposed solution. So, like, because the councils towards themselves are less emotional on the issue, they can come up with, like, we have discussed this before, and my counsel will now like to present some sort of solutions, or like for moving ground, as the other mediator has stated, some ground to move ahead in the conversation, or this will just be a back and forth about access to Chania. Please.
Much
So,
appreciated.
yeah.
Yes, if I could just go ahead.
Before you proceed, counsel, I would just like to point out to Dr.
Yes.
Salve that Miss Shreya is just trying to tell her point that she did not ever prevent her daughter from coming to you. Do not get into the past, what happened. Just focus on what she has said right now. I understand you are emotional. I understand where you're coming from, why you want to state the past, but also focus on the present, right? Because you have to come to that to seek a solution. Okay, please,
Okay,
counsel, go
but
ahead.
I am willing to bury what's happened in the past. But
Good, good, great.
as my counsel has already proposed what she has, that's what we are sticking on. But let's
Yes,
see
just-
what the council
Let's see.
per
Let's
se
see.
is
Yeah,
proposing. Let's see.
if I
yeah.
could go ahead.
Let the other council also give the proposal, no? Then we can come to a common conclusion.
Yeah, that's what. Let's see what they have.
Yeah.
So, first of all, I think my client understands where you're coming from, especially with the limited time. And we completely understand being emotional here. We have no problem. We understand it's a loss for you, it's a loss for us. There will be emotions and things of the past will be brought up. That's why we're in a mediation session to talk about things openly. Having said that, we understand the limited time. So, what we would like to suggest from our part is, as you have not met a granddaughter for a long period of time, as the closest immediate date when she is free and she is not busy, we would like her to meet her grandparents immediately as possible. It's something my client has agreed to, so that at least will start the dialogue. I think it's very difficult for us to decide will my client stay with you at this point of time, but at least let's begin the initiation by her meeting you and then seeing how it goes, how you respond to her, how she responds to you. So I think we've just been stuck on timelines and other things here. If first we could just establish that he will meet you as soon as possible, that could be the first step, and in further sessions we could discuss, or informally after that we could discuss how the living arrangement and other things would be. But I think if you could agree on that principally, that would be great, and something my client agrees as well.
I want to seek a clarification from Miss Shreya and her counsel. Would it be okay for Miss Sanya to meet her grandparents at their home? Because
Yeah,
obviously,
because she's
because
ill, I think that would be a better solution. That
yeah, great,
Tanya
great.
would bring Miss Shreya would bring her along to their home to meet her grandparents.
Yeah,
As my
okay.
counsel stated, see, I'm all for rebuilding a relationship, but as I said, it takes time, it happens slowly. I can't just allow her to go live at her grandparents' place right now. But as my counsel has also stated, what we can do is firstly, like as I suggested the earlier cooling off process thing, what we can do is first, at least let's start meeting. If we go even for an hour or two, we go meet. First of all, that fulfills the grandparents' wishes of wanting to see her as well. Plus, and if the interaction goes well, which I'm very positively hoping it does, soon we can make these kind of interactions a lot more frequent. And as these interactions get more frequent, a lot more trust is built. And as trust is built, she can spend more time, maybe even days. at her grandparents' place. See, and I'm guessing this sort of solution should also be acceptable to Mr. Salve, because this fulfills his wife's wishes about wanting to see her grandparents in the near future. So I'm hoping that this is some common ground that we can form. And like, if you are amenable to such a solution, then we can begin hashing out the details for the same, like actual times and dates for durations, everything then can come to the fore,
Team, 10
as long
minutes
as they're
left.
acceptable with such a solution.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I would just like to conclude what is the proposal from Ms. Shreya and his council. The proposal is that as the grandparents aren't meeting their granddaughter at all, so the proposal is that Ms. Shreya will take her daughter to visit her grandparents' place, maybe in weekends or twice a week, whatever it is suitable to Ms. Shreya, as she's also working. It won't be possible to meet on work days, right, Ms. Shreya?
Yeah, that will be difficult because I'm very busy with work. So whenever I get the
Miss
time.
Shreya will immediately start taking Miss Sanya to her grandparents' house for on weekends, and we will appreciate if grandparents accept it. Slowly and gradually, we are hoping that these meetings, will increase from only 2 weekends to twice a week, thrice a week, and maybe you guys start living together as soon as Miss Sanya develops trust towards the grandparents. What is it a denial or acceptance to from
I'll just like to add one point.
Yes, please.
Dr. Salve, you should appreciate the point that Ms. Shreya is allowing her daughter to come to your house. So I understand you have your concerns for your wife's health.
Yes.
So if she comes to meet at your house, she'll be able to meet, right? Your wife?
Hello, may I speak?
Yes.
Dr. Salve?
Please.
Yeah.
Yeah, first of all, I'm being spoken to as if I'm being done a big favor. This is my right. She's my granddaughter. I mean, sorry, I'm too taken aback by emotions. I would like my counsel to continue.
Yes. So if she comes over at the weekend, she will be able to meet. So to what we are understanding here is that Miss Shreya has agreed to let our granddaughter, if she wants, even Miss Shreya is welcome to stay over at my client's place over the weekends for an initial period for whatsoever time, and then think about moving in completely. Is that what you meant?
Yeah,
Mr.
just to clarify on that.
I would just like to.
I'll just clarify on that. So they would meet on weekend. I think Mr. A also could come along if that's agreeable to you. They would stay over for the weekend. And let's say Sanya is then interested and she likes staying with her grandparents. She enjoys it. It could become 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. And potentially it could become staying together. That is what we have to say. That is
And I would just like to address Mr. Salve's point here. He was saying that he was saying that this was something like being done as a favor to him. I would just like to say that my daughter, while expressly showing her like discomfort coming over to her grandparents' place, I would just want to say that all I've been doing here is trying to mend your relationship with your granddaughter, where she, a teenager who makes her own decisions, has explicitly told me that, you know what, I do not want to meet my grandparents. All my role here is I'm just trying to make her actually eat. Despite that fact, I'm trying to build a relationship here. I'm trying to make her meet you step by step. And I don't know if you want to still classify that as a favor. I'm doing that to you, but all I'm trying to do is mend or like do just what you want, a relationship with your granddaughter. And I'm like, while she's currently at a place where she does not want it, I am trying to make her understand the importance of it and make her realize that if she does not in fact get her relationship with her grandfather and grandmother, she will ultimately regret it in life. So I don't know if you still want to see it as that, but that's just something I wanted to address and clarify.
Okay, counsel from Mr. Salve, do you and client agree from the proposal of Mr. and counsel?
Yes, I think that is amenable for us as well, but then we would require the cooling off period, as the opposition counsel had stated. We would require it to be a little shorter. We'll obviously hash out the details later, but then I want the other party also to be open to discussing a shorter period of time.
Is that
See,
acceptable, Mr.?
definitely. See, I cannot speak for my daughter, but after spending some time with her, see, what I can do as a parent is ensure that both of us, Sanya and I, go to her grandparents' house, spend some time together, and I will obviously be there, because if she does not want to do this alone, I will supervise her and make sure that she does spend time with her grandparents, in fact. And after such said first interaction, after only when I speak to Sanya about it, about how she felt about the interaction, how she wants to proceed with it, can I comment on the period being shorter. So I believe that from this mediation, what we can take is that yes, I am amenable to making Sanya meet her grandparents under my supervision, and only after gauging her response on that interaction can we go ahead with discussing what kind of a cooling period we could get.
Okay, I think we are also reaching our conclusion to the process as well. So I would like to conclude for. So we have three settlements till now. One is monetary support. I think they have agreed, Dr. Salve has agreed to provide monetary support to her granddaughter. Next is
Team, 5
assurance. They have
minutes
given
left.
assurance that they will take responsibility. That they will take responsibility for their actions and they will act better. Also, the last one, that they have accepted on certain terms and conditions the cooling off proposal, subject to the condition that you will talk to your daughter after some time about living situation. Subject to that condition, you have also agreed to this point. So we have reached three settlements till now. And I'll also like to address Dr. Salve's point that you might think that she is being condescending at all, but it is not so. She is just trying to be as helpful as she can be. I can understand why it feels like she is being condescending, but she is not. Her intentions are very bona fide. Please think at it like that. Co-mediator.
Yes, so I'm very happy that we settled down to 3 points. Also, I would request Ms. Shreya to please try and, as your daughter is in her teens, it is not that difficult to, I'm not saying it is very easy to convince a teenager. No, it is not. But I will request you to please try and convince her to meet her grandparents, live with them happily. Also, when you guys go and meet your in-laws, in weekends, after you come back to home, just try to talk about grandparents more often with Miss Sanya, so that she also gets affectionated towards her grandparents. And I will request Mr. Salve to please respect Ms. Shreya's initiative that she's taking for you and your wife. And we wish you all a very happy life. We will meet. When do we meet again? We will finalize a date for the further discussions. We will also take a review of meetings which you will be doing during all this time weekend, so that we can have an interim settlement and a final settlement regarding the custody, because that is what the procedure is. So we have to meet you, and from the time of first mediation to the second mediation, we will, when we meet for the second time, we will have a review of how is it going with all of you, and then we will have a settlement.
I congratulate the clients and the council. You have been very supportive, apart from certain emotional aspects. You have been very supported, and we have reached 3 settlements. I congratulate to you all.
I want to say something. I really do respect that Shreya has come forth, and I hope she's changed and she's changing in the future. But I really appreciate that you come forth and agreed to this settlement. Thank you. I respect that.
Thank
We
you,
are
everyone.
really looking forward to the next session. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, everyone,
Thank you.
have a great time together. And I hope all of you get back together. A happy small family.
One small claim, like
Yes,
one
yes,
small
please,
interruption.
yes,
I'm sorry.
sure.
My counsel would like to just make some final statement.
Yeah. So,
okay, counsel.
I was just speaking with my client, and he thinks that maybe we made such good progress today on a principal level that maybe we don't even require a next mediation session. It's something we could have done informally also, because the level of understanding has really improved in this session. I think the amount of trust has been gained. So
that is much appreciated, Mr. Counsel.
But,
And We would definitely want that. Why would we like to increase our burden? Of course. We are fine with that if you guys meet informally and do it on your own. So yeah,
That's a
that's not a
suggestion.
problem.
Mediation is fine for us as well, but this is something because my client felt
No problem. That is not a problem in our
But I would like to say I'd much prefer a second mediation session just to clarify everything, if that's fine. Is
We
it?
can agree to that later also.
Yeah, we will
We
discuss
can
on
agree
that
to that.
later.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, clients and
Thank
counsels. You have been very cooperative. We could not have done this without you. Congratulate you on reaching 3 settlements. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, teams, for that
Thank you.
participation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mediator, for being such a supportive and cooperative co-mediator.
Thanks to you too.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, teams, for such an active participation. I request you to now exit the room so that we can let the other participants.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Shama,
Yes, ma'am.
other participants are in?
No, ma'am. They are joining.
Okay. Till that, for the information of the judges, the next team would be NM3, client and counsel, NM8, client and counsel, NM3, client and counsel, NM8, client and counsel, NM9 as mediator, NM17 as mediator. NM3 as client and counsel, NM8 as client and counsel, NM9 as mediator, NM17 as mediator. Thank you.
Kalyani, do you want a separate Excel sheet for every team, or do you want
No,
one
no,
Excel
sir.
sheet for all the rounds?
So the scoring sheet which we have sent you, in that only, sir, client and counsel, in that only to be marked.
Okay,
And
same
the
Excel
mediator.
sheet
Yes,
for
sir,
all the
yes.
rounds. Thank you.
Excuse me, madam. Can you please repeat those teams again? I'm really sorry.
No problem, sir. NM3 as client and counsel,
Hmm.
NM8 as client and counsel,
Hmm.
NM9 as mediator,
Hmm.
NM17 as mediator.
Oh, thank you, madam.
Okay, sir.
Shama, please ask the participant to kindly enter by their team code. I can see somebody has not entered my team code.
Joining.
Okay.
Please go on.
Sir, I'm very sorry. 4 of the participants, they still are logging in, sir. So
Okay,
as
no
soon as
problem.
they
No
log in, we'll start. Sir, we'll
No
just
problem.
take 1 or 2 minutes. Sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. NM3 client, kindly ask your team member to join soon. The judges are waiting.
Yeah, she's joining.
Okay, okay. So all the participants, they have joined. So with the permission of the judges, can we start with the second round?
Yes, please.
Thank you so much, sir. Annapurna, please take care of the time.
Yes, ma'am.
So can we start?
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Hi.
certainly.
So good morning and welcome to your mediation session. I'm Jerry Alex and my co-mediator NM9 will be mediating your session today. I know these are unprecedented times and I hope both the parties are doing well amidst this pandemic. I have 35 years of experience and conducted multiple mediation sessions. And I can assure you that you are in good hands. With that, I'd like to begin if both the parties just state their name and the capacities they're operating in. And what would you like us to address you as?
Before that, I'll just like to re-emphasize on certain points. First of all, good morning to all of you. I am mediator NM9. I'd like to extend my heartiest appreciation to both the parties for having decided to consent to this method to resolve the disputes. I'd also like to emphasize that I also have 10 years of experience and hope to facilitate the session to the best of your interests. And re-emphasize that this session is entirely confidential, for which all present will be agreement bound not to divulge anything what is stated in here. Further, I would like to just assure both the parties of my impartiality and of my co-mediators as well, wherein we will seek to facilitate both of you parties without prejudice. Now, I would also like to emphasize that I'm only here in advisory capacity and will only deal with the technicalities and try to facilitate this session. For a brief overview as to the structure of how the session will go forward, we will start by introduction of both the parties as the co-mediator has already said, following which we will first try to establish the agenda wherein parties can share their interest and perspectives, which will help us effectively demarcate the crux of the issue. And after that, in the joint session, both the parties will have time to discuss the issues and hopefully come to a mutually amicable conclusion. With that, I request the parties to start with the introduction.
Thank you so
Don't
much.
start. I would just like to, just start with saying your names, and then I would want to reiterate the confidentiality aspects of it. So just let us know your names and the capacities you're operating in.
Thank you, mediators.
Yeah.
It's really pleasant to see you this wonderful morning today. And I am Shreya, currently working as a teacher for specially able children in Pune. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Shreya's counsel?
Good morning, council.
Yeah.
Good morning, madam mediators. I am Monica. I am the counsel for Ms. Shreya. You may address me as counsel or as Monica.
Okay, okay.
Good morning. Thank you so much, mediators. I am Mrs. Salve, and you may address me as Mrs. Salve.
Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Mediators and the council. You can address me as council yeah.
Okay, okay. May I just ask if any of the parties have been to a mediation procedure earlier?
No.
Yeah? No, you've not been. Okay, okay. So I just quickly give you a brief on what is mediation and the structure of today, right? Like my mediator already said, mediation is simply assisted negotiation. There's a beautiful way by which both the parties can communicate and come to a mutual consensus. And about the procedure, like my counsel had beautifully explained, we'll start with an opening statement and then we'll chalk up the interests of both the parties and then set an agenda. This would take about 10 to 15 minutes. And then we leave the platform open for both the parties to discuss and come to a mutual consensus. I would want to say that we're just invisibly present here as mediators, and the decision making and authoritative capacity is in the hands of the client. Mediation is a client driven process. And with that, I'd like to confirm if Ms. Shreya and Mr. Salve have the capacity to settle in this mediation.
Yes.
Okay. And
Yes.
coming to our role as mediators, our role is simply to facilitate this mediation. We are a bridge that will enhance the communication gap between both the parties. We are an independent, impartial, and neutral third party. Independent because we work at our own accord and our terms are not dictated by anyone. Impartial because we will not be favoring the outcome of any one party. And neutral because we are not personally connected to any of the parties. We will wear only one hat, and that is the hat of a mediator in this session. And we will not be imposing any decisions. The decision solely lies in the hands of the client. Lastly, like my co-mediator said about the confidentiality aspects, anything said, anything discussed in this room shall remain within the four walls of this room. And nobody has the authority to bring up these facts in the court of law or to testify against what is said in this mediation. And additionally, we will not be coming as witnesses in the court of law if this mediation does not settle. All the documents, the notes, and the records will be shredded off. And so I hope we've got your trust. And yes, and also I would quickly say that let's hope that this session is fruitful and we come to a mutual consensus. If at any time, if any of the parties feel emotional or upset, do let us know. We'll take a small break. And lastly, setting a few ground rules. I would appreciate if the party who's not speaking mute their mic. Please do not interrupt each other. It is so crucial that both the parties have respect for this process and for one another and refrain from using any abusive language. And with that, I'd like the requesting party to start the opening statement. Does anybody have any questions?
No.
Okay. Thanks for listening patiently, and you can begin with your opening statement.
Thank you so much, mediator. Considering it's my first time here in a mediation session, I'm really glad the way you explained it, so I know how this process goes on and what really happens. Now, we've loved Sania since the day she was born. She spent around almost 11 years with us. Every evening, she would spend with us once her parents, that is Rohan and Shreya, would go to work. And we've enjoyed spending all of those 11 years with her. Now, today I'd like to say that we're not sitting here today as the parents of our deceased son-in-law. We're not sitting here today as if Shreya is our daughter-in-law, but instead we're actually sitting here today as very close friends of Shreya's parents. And, we've always considered Shreya as our daughter. And we really feel that it's high time that, we are taking responsibility for this. Because considering the fact that we always considered her our daughter. Now, I really hope that today we're able to keep apart our problems, our differences, and everything that's happened between us in the past. And we really hope that your problems, whatever problems that had come up with you and our son in the past, do not become a problem during this session as well. Now, as humans, I really feel that we all have our vices, our problems, our weak points. And if that's the reason that's keeping us apart from Shreya or Sania, we'd really like to change that, and we are willing to work on it. It's been more than 3 years since we last saw either of you. And we've all changed. We've grown up, we've become older, we've given up a lot of our habits, which we realized were either bad or wrong, and we've completely changed as people. Earlier, we had a support pillar, that is our son, but since our son passed away, we've sort of been shaken. It's sort of been different and difficult for us. And honestly, we don't know how many years we'll end up living now. And, we don't know how much time we have left with us anymore. And we really don't want to live a life of regret. Whatever few years we have, we don't want to live a life of regret anymore. And that's why we really like if this session will be about Sania's future, her well-being, and Shreya's future, her well-being. Thank you.
So, absolutely, it's commendable. Please, counsel, continue with your statement.
Yeah. So just like my client, Mr. Salve, has said, this is his first time in this mediation session. I'd like to say that my client was a little skeptical about this whole process of mediation till I explained it to him myself. I think I'm very sure that after that the mediators have explained very precisely about the whole process, now that my client has more faith in this process. And talking about my background as a counsel, I am into this field mediation for past 10 years now, and I'm also a child rights activist and a legal advocate for NGO. And my role is in advisory capacity. And considering that this is a family mediation, I understand how difficult it must be for both the parties to come down today, sit across the table, despite having a few differences. So, as a counsel, all I can say is that I hope both the parties set their egos and personal grudges aside and focus on the well-being of the child.
Thank you. Thank you. So let's proceed to Ms. Shreya.
Good morning, mediators and all the parties present here. I appreciate and I'm really thankful to the mediators for their magnificent introduction and for helping me by laying down the procedure for and clarifying any ambiguities that may occur during the procedure. As I have mentioned before, I'm Shreya. You can address me as Shreya again. And so I was married to Rohan, and we had a little daughter Sanya. Even though we got divorced, we were able to maintain the amicable relationship for the sake of our daughter. After his demise, Sanya and I have been really devastated, but we were able to power through the routine to maintain stability in the culture. And recently, my in-laws, Mr. Chinmay and Mrs. Namita Salve, have been tormenting me for the custody of my daughter. They have come up with baseless allegations to demean me. The reality is that my daughter wishes to stay with me, and I wholeheartedly agree with her. As her grandparents have been extremely irresponsible in the past, and which led to a precarious relationship with their own son and created a hostile environment. Again, I understand that this is a voluntary process. From my side, I assure you that I'm coming up with an open but cautious mind solely for the betterment of my daughter's future. I would like to state that my objective here is not to dwell over the past about what happened. Yet I would feel well informed before making further decisions if we could address the root of the problems that we are having right now. My priority is to ensure that Sanya is shielded as much as possible. And I'm also willing to not play this as a blame game, and rather I would actually make this mediation, like rather have decisions made that will actually mark mutual agreement that would jointly benefit us. I would like to pass the floor to my counsel right now to speak the specifics of my concerns and legal enhancements for further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shreya. So, Shreya's counsel.
Thank you, Ms. Shreya. Thank you to everyone present here. As I had mentioned before, I am the counsel for my client, Ms. Shreya. My background is that I have been an advocate for 10 years and I have been quite instrumental in ADR processes, including mediation, arbitration. So I'm really happy that we've chosen mediation as a dispute resolution mechanism today. I would just like to take a quick moment to appreciate everyone present here to be so willing to set aside their differences, even during such trying times, and having faith in the process to come forward and be here today. That being said, I would just like to quickly explain that my role here today is merely in an advisory capacity to protect my client and to divulge upon any legal aspects should they be of concern today. I would also be looking into any rights, liabilities, calculations, and any other technical or legal concerns that my client, or for that matter, anyone here today, addresses to me. I have advised my client to express their concerns and their wishes clearly to ensure that the agenda is not deviated from. I would also like to echo my client's wish to work out an amicable solution, not only as a temporary fix, but one that will continue even into the future. In a nutshell, we did not step into this room with any preconceptions, and we are prepared to be flexible when the situation dictates. I would also like to state that my client is absolutely authorized to make any decision he or she will make, she would like during the course of the session, and that she understands that this process is absolutely voluntary. And finally, I would just like to suggest that the agenda addresses two major aspects, subject to mutual agreement, of course. Firstly, the custody of Sanya, and secondly, the financial upbringing for the daughter.
Absolutely. Now, since we're through with the opening statements, I'd like to proceed with setting the agenda for the session. As from what I've gathered from the statements of both the parties, the main common aspect to both of them stands the welfare of Sanya Salve, right? And in this particular scenario, I believe that since we already have a common consensus that the objective of both the parties remain the same, we'll be able to reach an amicable solution really fast. Before we move on to that, I would agree with Ms. Shreya's counsel that we can proceed with the issues of custody of Ms. Sanya and the financials. However, if the council or the opposing party has any issues with the same, they can intercede regarding that. If not, I would also like to add that apart from these, if both the parties come clear and state forward what the issues they have with each other, if we could discuss them out, we'll be able to kind of just address their issues and problems with each other fastly and reach a solution, right? If my co-mediator has anything to add at all.
Definitely. Yes. So I would say, like, let's start with discussing the custody of Sanya. Is that okay with both the parties, since that is the interests of the child is a primary concern?
Definitely.
Okay, so let's begin with that.
I call on Ms. Shreya to just elaborate what issues she has with sharing a joint custody or conceding the custody of Ms. Sanya to the grandparents. Ms. Sanya, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mediator. Yes. Considering the fact that my in-laws, who happen to be, I understand that they're still in a terminal situation, but based on the history about how they were not very they were not really well oriented to maintain a proper relationship with their son, like the way their son has turned out into. It was another reason that we do not want to share the custody with them. And there's a hostile environment. It's a matter of convenience to send her to the daycare run by the neighbors than sending my daughter to a place where there is hostile environment, where I believe it's not safe. That's why.
Absolutely. The opposing party, if you would like, you can start responding and having a conversation. I'd like to only state that I am posing questions to facilitate the conversation. The moment you have a free flow of conversation, me or my co-mediator would not be interceding at all.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Mediator. So, like I said a few minutes back, now we really appreciated whatever has happened in the past stays in the past. But then again, I can't completely expect my daughter-in-law to forget everything that has happened. So that's completely understandable. But what I am trying to explain at this point is that with time we've grown older, and we've come to realize, what we've done. We've understood what changes we've had to make. And in these last 3 years, we've actually put in effort to make a few changes because we've realized that the last few years of our life, they aren't worth living without the two people that actually matter to us. My son, he did matter to us. And I think in family, it is pretty normal that parents, end up sometimes having issues with their sons, their kids and all. This is something that happens in day-to-day life. I'm not giving this as an excuse to, how our relationship was, but it's something that once your kid grows older, it happens sometimes. You end up having issues, problems, but eventually you get over those problems. So I really wish that Shreya would reconsider what she just said, and she would think about it. This is no force that you're putting on her, but we'd really appreciate if she rethinks about it for the future of her daughter itself. I think that keeping her, with the neighbors, the daycare, she won't get the same amount of love that she would get from, two people who she would call her grandparents. And I understand we must have had some problems in the past, but we are really willing to work on it. And we are willing to give the relationship another chance. We really want to spend the last few days we have left with our loving granddaughter.
Yes, Ms. Mediator, I'm add to this, add to what my client just said. Mr. and Mrs. Salve are old enough now, and I don't think it's not obvious. They have whatever lifespan that they have left with them. I think they wish to spend that with their granddaughter. And as to what I have earlier spoken to my client about, he is willing to also mend things with his daughter-in-law. Like he initially said that she was also the daughter of his best friend. So I think they are willing to mend their relationship, and because at the end of the day, it is very important to understand the fact that a home and a house are two different places. I'm not saying that Miss Shreya is not a good mother, or I'm not saying that Miss Shreya is not having the atmosphere of a home. But what I'm trying to say is that a family is a family. You have a child deserves to be with a family where she can call that a home. And knowing the fact that Sanya is like most of the time stays with the neighbor but while Miss Shreya is working, I think that environment, according to me, as a counsel, I would say, according to me, that is, I feel, is not a really appropriate atmosphere for the child. It needs a family, it needs an environment of love and affection that my client is willing to give her.
Team, 40 minutes left.
So, since the parties have spoken, does any of the parties have a solution to this? If you can table a few solutions so we can make this more fruitful.
Yes. Would
Yeah. Yes, go on. Yeah.
So I would see, we have come here for the custody of the child, but however, speaking to my client and looking at the emotions that he has for his granddaughter, considering the fact that he's really willing to mend his relationships with his daughter-in-law and the grandchild, I think we would want to put forth an alternative of, an option of the daughter-in-law, that is Miss Shreya, and Sanya living with them together, because we know the fact that Miss Sanya, Miss Shreya is working and trying to make ends meet. So considering that fact, I think, like I just said, we need a family, that we need to live together and have a good family relationship. So I think we could suggest that Miss Shreya and Sanya live together with them.
So what is
get better.
Okay. So what does Ms. Shreya have to say about this?
Thank you, Madam Mediator.
Yeah.
And I really thank Mrs. Salve for explaining their point of view and about requesting a custody of my daughter. And after coming with a solution for this problem, as I would like to point out that it's actually really not negotiable that I will be sharing the custody of my daughter.
Okay.
I'm really keen to keep the custody of my daughter, and considering the request from the client, considering request from Mrs. Salve that they're requesting for me to move in with them. I think that's a issue to reconsider as well, as I require some privacy, as me and my daughter have some stringent schedules that we have agreed to each other, that we will be attending certain things that will actually help ourselves grow into something. But I definitely, considering the situation, that we need to maintain the aspects of family and moral values, abiding by them, I really would consider that my daughter should be aware of her grandparents. Like, I know that she used to go with them when Rohan was there. So I agree to visitation. I wish to grant them visitation rights, and I hope that we stand on the same page.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Is Mr. Salve okay with visitation rights?
Shreya, when you say
Council, I believe you have having your.
right,
Can you please repeat from
Yeah,
Council?
please.
I believe you were having a network issue. So
Yeah,
if you could
it
just
broke a
repeat
little.
from starting.
Yes.
Okay, so since she's, I
am I
think,
audible?
Council, no, your network is breaking a bit.
Yeah, there is some internet problem with my client, so I think I'll take over.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Definitely. What my client is wanting to say. Visitation rights, we wouldn't mind, but like I said, we had come here for the custody of the child. However, Mr. Salve is wanting to have want only with regards to the welfare of the child. Mr. Salve is, wanting to have like a very homely atmosphere, like a family atmosphere. He wants the grandchild, that is Sanya, to live in a place where there is family, because at the end of the day, like I said, they don't have like a very long lifespan. Like I said, so I think whatever, and also considering the wish of Mrs. Salve, I think she would also want to spend some more time with her granddaughter. So that fact, I think it's, and like Ms. Shreya said, they may have their own privacy and stuff. Yes, that is totally understandable. But here, it's not about the privacy; it's about the well-being of the child, the welfare of the child, what a child actually needs, and custody means guardianship. And basically, guardianship is like the love, care, and affection that a guardian can give the daughter. But considering the fact that Miss Shreya goes to work and then Sanya spends time with the neighbor, I think it's best that Sanya can spend the time with her grandparents till the mother is working, and then maybe it can be a little better atmosphere for the child. That's all I'm trying to say. And do you?
Miss Absolutely. Miss Shreya, so I believe that we understand by now that you are not very amenable to the idea of granting custody or staying with the grandparents of your child. And it's understandable as well because there is some animosity between the two of you. I believe that once after you kind of just respond to this proposal of you just being with the you having your child be with the grandparents for the day when you're working, after that I believe that you guys should discuss the animosity between you as well, because from what I can sense there is an essence of distrust that you harbor towards the grandparents at at this particular moment. And I believe if that is resolved, you will be more amenable to a more neutral viewpoint. So Ms. Shreya, please go ahead.
I would actually like my counsel to speak behalf of me. And
Absolutely, no
Ms.
worries.
Counsel, could you?
Hi. Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Shreya. So I just like to take a balanced approach towards all of this. Of course, this is a very unique type of session because it's not a simple contract or an agreement that we can put it down and then just enforce it. No, this is a relationship, and we can put whatever we want in the agreement, but we can't say for sure that we will actually enforce it to the dot, right? So as my client had mentioned that she does have certain reservations, I have been authorized by my client to say that yes, we agree that the grandparents do have a right. And honestly, let's say frankly, we came here prepared to give zero custody, but given the level of maturity that the other party has come with here into this session, we would just like to say that we are willing to come to middle ground. While the suggestion put forward by the other council was actually quite it was very reasonable, we do understand, but also you have to understand that in a day all this animosity cannot be ignored. Our suggestion is that we'll put your proposal on hold for a couple of days. Right now, for now, we'll try to figure out some sort of plan where the daughter can visit the grandparents after school every day. Maybe we can come up with a plan where we can reduce daycare slowly and increase time with the grandparents after school. And once everything starts rolling well, we can start thinking about moving in or maybe moving closer to the grandparents if that would be acceptable. We really like to know your opinion on that.
So if I may summarize, you're saying visitation rights for initially, it's like a trial period, and then if your daughter Sanya can form a bond with her grandparents, then you would think about custody.
Absolutely, Madam Mediator.
Okay.
First of all,
Go ahead, please. Sorry.
Yeah, I would like to apologize for my poor internet connection. Secondly, thank you so much, Council, for coming up with these terms. Also, Shreya, I'd like to guarantee you that you said earlier that you and Sanya have some sort of connection. You all have certain things that you have to adhere to in your entire day. Initially, I'd like to guarantee you that if at all, at any point in time, you agree to moving in with us, even you yourself, Shreya, not just the daughter, then we'd like to guarantee you that in no way will we hinder your everyday movements. It is just a way so we can be closer to our granddaughter and to you as well, because it's been long overdue that we actually tried doing it. Also, like our council just said that maybe you all need a little time to think through this too, or maybe you realize what you all want, or whether you want to accept this or not. I want to lay there that our offer for you all to come and stay with us is always open. We'll always welcome you all with happy faces. So anytime you all feel like moving in, you all can always let us know. And I'm really grateful that you said that you're willing to allow our granddaughter to finally move meet us whenever she feels like, maybe after school hours or anything, and you're willing to reduce your daycare timing, to allow her to spend time with us. I'm really grateful for that. And from my side and from my wife's side, I guarantee you that we are going to make the environment really happy for her, and we are going to make her believe that we're not the people we used to be, and we've changed for the better of not just her but for you as well.
Absolutely.
Team 20 minutes left.
I'm so happy that both the parties have come to a mutual consensus on the first issue, that is visitation rights for a little time till they build a bond with the daughter, and then we can discuss the custody of the child and later, right?
I believe my co-mediator, if I could just add on to what you said.
Definitely, go ahead.
Absolutely. I would also like to appreciate that it's absolutely commendable on part of both the parties to, just come forward to the objective of the and take into consideration the objective of the other party as well. However, I still think that you should, go forward and at least discuss the specifications of how, till what period of time, Ms. Shreya, you believe that you would like to test if the grandparents are now addressing the reservations you have towards, just kind of having a child in their care. And moving on, once we're through with the specifications, I believe we would have reached an amicable solution to the session. So, Ms. Shreya, please go forward.
Agree with my
Thank you.
I think we should emphasize on, we should go into the details of the visitation rights and the time period of this trial. Let's discuss that also. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mediator. I would just like to add few points, and I really am thankful and I really appreciate Mr. Salve's way to come up with an idea about this. I would also like to say that it's not just a point of sharing a bond for my daughter as well as her grandparents. They are my family as well, and I'm also really willing to accept the offer. But it's just that based on the past that we have faced from each other, I would like to propose for a trial period where there would be certain number of days that I will be visiting them and taking care of my daughter with them.
How many days
Yes.
is this trial period approximately, Ms.
I
Shreya?
think that's better if it's decided by my council.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. And yes, and
Permission of my client, I would just like to propose
definitely
that since we're on the same page about the initial trial period, again, thank you so much for that. Ms. Shreya, how would you feel about maybe a 3 months trial period before you can fully move in? Until then, every day after school, instead of daycare, Shreya can get acquainted with the grandparents and visit them after school. And you can pick her up after you come back from work. Just let us know how you feel about that.
I would like to take the trial period to 2 months and continue then.
Absolutely. I
Yes.
request Mr. Salve. Mr. Salve, a trial period of 2 months, is that agreeable to you?
Thank you so much. And yes, definitely we'll agree to that. As long as we get to visit our granddaughter, that's more than enough for us at this point. And the very fact that Shreya is willing to work on this, it makes us really happy right now. Also, Ms. Mediator, another thing that we'd really like to talk about in today's meeting is with respect to Sania's future, with respect to her education and the financial stability.
Okay.
So if we could just bring up that one issue and discuss about what we can come to terms with that.
Yes.
Absolutely.
So now since we have agreed on the first issue, let us quickly move on to the next issue. So let's discuss about the maintenance aspect.
If I may just interrupt, Ms. Mediator.
Yeah.
So I think knowing the fact that Ms. Shreya is working, but she's not able to take care of Sanya financially that well. So I think as grandparents, Mr. and Mrs. Salve are more than willing to fund for her education, for her future throughout, because they just don't want the grandchild. They also want her to have a very good future. That is just their love and affection that they have for Sanya. So I think they're more than willing to fund for her education and anything that comes up in future with regards to her. And I'd like to ask my client if there's anything more that that he'd like to add.
Thank you so much. Now, like my counsel just explained, she perfectly told you all what I really wanted. And I would just want to guarantee to Shreya that we're all doing this out of love and care for not just you, but for our granddaughter as well. Because we really want her to, get all that she needs, whatever that maybe she is not able to get from you. And maybe in the future you will be able to provide for her. But until then, we want to guarantee that we are here to give her whatever she needs. And also, Shreya, I'd like to tell you that in no way are we going to hold this against you, stating that we paid for your daughter or we financed, because of us she became this. In no way are we going to do this. This is merely so that she can grow up to become as in how she likes, what she likes in a person that she wants to be. And she doesn't have to worry about the finance or the money for
Ms. Shreya, do you agree with the solution proposed for funding the complete
Yes.
education expenses of Sanya?
Yes. I'm really grateful for that offer. As I would also like to clarify that I have been looking at different prospects where I expect a raise. I'm also looking at different job opportunities which would also help me and my daughter to be stable financially. I'm also ready to offer certain types of offerings from her grandparents, definitely. And yes, I agree. Yes.
That's great. Now I would like to please.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Right. So now, since we are clear on one fact that Mr. Salve is agreeable to pay for the educational expenses of Miss Sanya, and Miss Shreya is also amenable to that idea. Apart from that, I'd like to request Mr. Salve to just extend in what form or capacity or how he wishes to pay for these things. No, I'm not asking like from where he's getting these funds. I'm asking like how he wishes to extend these funds to Miss Shreya. And I'd also like to request Miss Shreya to elaborate if there is any other help which she wishes to seek from Mr. Salve, as he has made clear that he wants to extend his help in full capacity. So first, Ms. Shreya, you can just elaborate on that, and then Mr. Salve, you could enunciate it. Go ahead, Ms. Shreya.
Thank you, Madam Mediator. I would just like to clarify that there is actually not very much needs that I would need right now. And I really appreciate them offering that even though there is no need as of anything, I really appreciate the offer from Mrs. Salve. That's really great. And I'm ready to accept that. And other than that, there's nothing especially that I need.
Okay. So, is there any other issue that both the parties have to discuss, since the two major issues are resolved? Is there anything?
Ms. Mediator, I believe
clarify regarding this. So as my client has mentioned, she is absolutely thankful to the other party for offering the finances. I believe when she meant that there is no need, she meant that, the basic needs are all taken care of. And she had also mentioned to me in a session that she is absolutely, she is obviously not well off, but she is able to take care of the basic needs of the child. And she did mention to me that she does not wish to hold back the child either. So given that, I would like to propose by the authority given to me by my client, I would like to propose a monthly maintenance plan slightly a bit higher for the first 2 months for the initial trial offering so that she can take care. And once Miss Shreya joins the family, once they move in, since the general expenses like groceries and food items and all that will be taken care of, to maybe just give a monthly maintenance that is maybe slightly lower than what was initially offered. Would that
Council,
be fine?
Council, that's an amazing idea. However, can you please clarify on the amount you're wishing to seek? Because then it would give us clarity on coming to a resolution.
Sure, Madam Mediator. So initially, given all the costs of raising the child, including the educational fees and the health expenses, given that Sanya is still a young girl, and she does require a little bit more of, immunity and health care needs. We are asking for 50,000 for the first 2 months of the initial period, and after, and maybe we can start with 40,000 from the moment Ms. Shreya moves in with the family, with the grandparents. If you have any counter proposals, we are ready to negotiate.
Is Shreya
Absolutely.
okay
Mr.
with that?
Salve?
Oh, yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, Mr.
So
Salve.
firstly, I just like to clarify on one point. So when you said that you want maintenance, is it just for Sanya and just for education and expenses, or is it for you to initially be able to maintain your daily needs for the first 2 months? And secondly, I just like to ask, I just like to say that if it's mainly just for Sanya, then is it all right
Team,
if
10 minutes left.
if being the grandparents, we can directly pay for her education and whatever healthcare needs that she needs. And if apart from those two things, if you need anything for your day-to-day needs, you can always let us know. And also, my client had given me some suggestions which were really a little beyond me. So I really hope that my counsel would be able to tell you about this a little more better than I can.
Please go ahead, Council.
Yes. So by that, what my client to say is that anything apart from education needs that Sanya would need, Ms. Shreya is always open to resort to Mr. and Mrs. Salve. And also the fact that I would like to propose another thing. I mean, it's not like an agenda or something, but just out of concern for my client. This is what me and my client discussed. So I think visitation drives and stuff like that, and when Sanya and Mrs. Salve, considering the fact that Shreya initially had also Mr. Salve had a few differences.
If I may interrupt, your voice is breaking a little bit.
Am I?
Yeah, Council. Council, your voice is kind of blacking out in the middle. Right. So
Am I audible now?
you are.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So considering that, I think I'd like to say that if at all, whenever Sanya comes home for visitation and meets Mr. and Mrs. Salve, I think if there are any sort of differences that Ms. Shreya feels from the grandparents, I think it is better that Ms. Shreya like just kind of have a communication with Mr. and Mrs. Salve instead of letting Sanya think the way she thinks of grandparents. That is what I feel, because at the end of the day, when Sanya grows up to be, to be an adult, I don't want her to have any bitter feelings against her grandparents. That is Mr. and Mrs. Salve. That was another issue coming up from Mr. and Mrs. Salve. So I think it should be from Ms. Shreya that she tries and makes Ms. Sanya understand that the essence of having grandparents as well. And also, if there is any problem that Ms. Shreya feels that Mr. and Mrs. Salve are wrong somewhere, I think she directly communicates that to Mr. and Mrs. Salve rather than just letting Sanya think of what she thinks of the grandparents.
So absolutely. So just to summarize, Ms. Shreya, 3 questions have been posed to you. First one being, if you are amenable to the idea that the educational expenses are paid directly and the health expenses as well, or if you would like a kind of autonomy over that fund, and you could just just tell them of the bifurcation of how you wish to use that fund as well. Secondly, they wish to thirdly, they also wish to know, kind of just seek your cooperation in mending the relation between your daughter and them, because you will act as the bridge between both these people, both these entities, right? So Ms. Shreya, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mediator, for summarizing those points. Starting with the first point, the grandparents are at their own discretion to pay the educational funds or healthcare funds directly. They don't have to go through me, and I completely agree with them that they have to go ahead with that fund themselves. They can directly pay them. There's no problem about that. And the complete fund that they will be sharing with Sanya is completely devoted only to Sanya. If there is any amount rest that is left over, that will be added to the savings of her, and it could be directly with Sanya, or it could be kept under my possession, or it could be under their grandparents as well. I completely agree with that. And going next, there is Sanya is actually able to make her own decision about liking her grandparents as well. And could you just repeat the last point once again, Madam Mediator? There was just a little inconvenience to
Absolutely.
hear that. Yes.
No worries. So the Council of Mr. Solve has just proposed that since in the current scenario the relations between Mr. Salve and Mrs. Salve and your daughter have deteriorated beyond a point, will you be
Yeah.
amenable to the idea that pursuant to the your 2 month trial period, if it so happens that you and Mr. and Mrs. Salve have a discord between the two of you, you sort that out between yourselves and don't let that impact the bond Miss Sanya will be making with her grandparents.
Definitely, definitely. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Madam Mediator, if I
Yes.
could just interject at this point and just quickly
Go
summarize
ahead.
and get down to cracking the numbers.
Go
So,
ahead.
as my client has said, she is absolutely okay with you to, directly pay the funds for the education and healthcare. I think that's quite fair, and even for building mutual trust through transparency, that would be the best option. As for the opinions regarding the any disputes that may occur, I think now after this session, and now that it's actually come to this point, we are willing to talk it out. We know that this is an option to talk it out in a safe place without having their opinions cloud Sanya's judgment. Just one final point I would like to find out: would the Salves be open to opening a college fund for any just to put a little bit of extra money, say whatever savings is left over from taking care of Miss Sanya, instead of returning the money or carrying it forward, would you be open to adding it to a college fund for Miss Sanya? We
Mr.
can get down
Salve,
to
go ahead.
cracking the numbers a little later.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So,
Mr. Salve.
when me and my counsel talked about educational expenses, we agreed to every educational expense till the day she decides she doesn't want to study it, which obviously includes your college fund as well. So that can be paid in any way, whether once she joins college, we can directly pay the sum, or if Shreya feels that it's better that a fund is made when maybe if Shreya feels that even she wants to put her savings in that fund, that is totally up to her and how she wants to handle her daughter's educational finances. We are just here to help in any and every way possible, not just for Sanya, but for Shreya as well. If at any point she feels that finding a job, she might be struggling a little bit, she might want like 1% of help, we are willing to give her any help that she needs. Because at the end of the day, after us, the only people who have the right over everything that ours is nobody other than Shreya and Sanya. Like my client had explained to me, there's nobody else other than Shreya and Sanya who we can say that all of this is all yours at the end of the day after they are gone.
Absolutely. Now, just to have absolute clarity in this session, I'd just like to summarize the points that both the parties have agreed to till now. Firstly, both the parties have agreed that for the upcoming 2 months, there will be a trial period wherein Ms. Shreya will endeavor to help Mr. and Mrs. Salve spend time with Miss Shreya when she is off at work, and she will, however, be withholding the whole custody with herself till that period of time, and she will not be staying with these two people at least till the 2 month trial period does not expire. Following that, Mr. and Mrs. Salve have agreed to pay a sum of 50,000 per month to Ms. Shreya for the educational and health expenses of Ms. Sanya. And apart from that, the last point is that both the parties have agreed that they will be coming to a mutual conclusion regarding a college fund for Ms. Sanya as well. However, Mr. Salve, as he has already said, that would be absolutely at the discretion of Ms. Shreya in this particular scenario. With that, if both the parties have anything to add, I'd like to go ahead and just make your statements. However, before that, I just request Mr. Salve and Miss Shreya to just kind of agree if what the points which I've stated are
Yes.
correct,
Do
and if
both the
so,
parties agree with what my co-mediator said?
Yes.
Yes, Madam Mediator, I absolutely agree.
I think this
That's
session has
great.
been such a fruitful session because very rarely do we agree in 1 hour about all the agendas were fulfilled. And I would like to, since there's very less time left, I would like to thank both the parties for their presence at this table, my co-mediator for bringing clarity into each and every point, and thanks for cooperating with each other so well and understanding each other so well.
I will just have one point to clarify.
Point of
Go ahead.
time. Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So Ms. Mediator has set 3 points. That is a trial period for 2 months for Ms. Sanya and Ms. Shreya. 50,000 that Mr. Salvi agreed to pay, and also for the college expenses and the funds. But also the 4th point is very important. That is a cooperation between Mr. Salve and Ms. Shreya. If there is any kind of misunderstanding or differences, and to keep Ms. Sanya apart from all these differences. That's
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, just before we draw to a conclusion through this session, I would just like to call upon the councils of both the parties to draw a settlement agreement on these 4 points. Following which, both of the mediators will be signing this, and the parties will be signatory to the same as well. Although it's a settlement between a family itself, and an agreement does not exactly make sense, but for absolute disclosure and for clarity in future discord situations, it's better to have it in written as well. Following that, I would also like to thank both the parties for stepping forward and walking towards a conclusion which was in the paramount interest of Miss Sanya, which they both upheld throughout the session. I would also like to thank my co-mediator for being so cooperative when it is so difficult, because we were speaking over each other in the beginning due to this virtual interface. But still, if anyone has anything to add, please go ahead. Otherwise, I would just like to seek the agreement of both the councils that by when they will be drafting the settlement agreement.
Thank you, Madam Mediator. I would just like to interject at this point here and clarify the point of the council that she has made. I'm ready to clear any disputes that might arise, like if any, or the past things. Like, I'm ready to set them aside and keep and maintain a well relationship with my in-laws, and also help my daughter to actually maintain a stable relationship with their grandparents. That's definitely to be taken care of.
Excellent, Mishra.
Absolutely.
And I thank everyone present here. I thank the mediators for being present here in this wonderful morning, and I thank the other parties for their offerings of taking care of my daughter, and for also making an offer that would actually help me get closer to my own family, that being said. And it was a really great thing that happened here. I'm really happy that we could do this.
Thank you, Mishra. Thank you.
To have settled this amicably.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If I could just conclude over here, thank you so much for all of the conclusions that we've made. In all of my years of experience, I don't think I've seen such a fruitful mediation session. I am mindful of all of the points that we have made today, and I assure you that my office will, due to this being a virtual session, we can't really draw up an agreement, obviously. But I give my assurance that I will be in contact with the opposite parties council, and we will draw up an agreement as soon as possible. We're looking forward to collaborating with you and getting down to this.
Yeah, please share that with me and my co-mediator. And with that, I believe Mr. Salve, you were trying to speak something. Please go ahead.
Yeah, all I'd like to say is that I'm thank you so much to both the mediators for being such a help throughout the whole session. And I'm really glad that Shreya came to this session with such an open mind, and she was ready to forget about everything that has happened and move forward little by little, one step at a time, which is which means the world to us at this point right now. So I'm really thankful for that. And if anything else is needed or happens in the future, I would really love to talk about it, talk it through, and clear out all the differences, if any, keep arising in the future. Thank you so much.
Yes,
and great.
I'd also like to thank the mediator for having for guiding us through the entire session. And it's really good to see that both the parties had a very cooperative approach throughout the session.
Definitely.
So with your guidance, Miss Mediators, and your sense of expertise, we have been able to come up with an amicable solution, and I think that's really great. Just like my fellow counselor said, I think even in my years of experience, I think this is a very fruitful session that I have come across. So thank you so much. I'd like to thank the council also, and also the party, Ms. Shreya, who have a very cooperative approach throughout the session.
Great. So now, since we are all done with our closing statements as well, if my co-mediator has nothing more to add on, and since we have already resolved all our agendas with the future promise of cooperation from both the parties, I would like to draw a conclusion to this particular session. And with that, thanks to all of you for sparing your time and just keeping the paramount interest of Miss Sanya at the foothold. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, teams, for your active participation. I now request you to kindly exit the room so that we can start with another round.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the kind information of judges, we now have with us NM5 as client and counsel, NM10 as client and counsel, NM5 as client and counsel, NM10 as client and counsel, NM2 as mediator, and NM15 as mediator. I shall repeat. NM5 as client and counsel, NM10 as client and counsel, NM2 as mediator, and NM15 as mediator. If the judges may permit, shall we start with the round?
Madam, I just want to inform you that I had spoken to Miss Amruta Madam, and I have to leave the meeting at 11 o'clock. So
yes, sir.
you can just let the
So before leaving, if you can give your opinions and suggestions.
will it not prejudice the earlier teams?
Okay, sir. Yes, because we have another team.
Exactly. So will it not prejudice? That is why I will just.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Oh.
Thank you so much for sharing your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
If the judges may permit, shall we start with the round?
Yes, please. I'm good.
NM2 mediator wants to speak something.
Yes, NM2. You can unmute yourself, NM2.
Okay, am I audible now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I wasn't able to unmute.
Okay. Yeah, we made you the co-host. Shara, can you please take care of the time? Annapurna, can you please take care of the
Yes,
time?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Team, your time starts now.
Okay, good morning to the clients and counsels present here. Welcome to your online mediation session. Hope everyone is in pink of health and are comfortable today here. And today I'll be serving as your mediator along with my co-mediator. Can the parties please introduce themselves and let us know how they would like to be addressed?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Shreya Mehta, and it's for your comfort, kind call me Shreya.
Okay, so here's Nimita Salve. I'm grandmother of Sanya, and that's it.
How the councils would like to be addressed?
Okay, good morning. I am the counsel for NM5, and I hope today's session can lead to fruitful results, and we can come up to an amicable solution, keeping, of course, the child's interest as a number one priority. You can refer to me as NM5 counsel, I believe.
NM10 counsel, how would you like to be referred?
Good morning. I'm the counsel for NM10, and feel free to refer to me as just Priyanka.
I would like to extend my heartiest appreciation to all the parties here, especially my co-creator also, to be present here at this virtual table today. for this mediation, especially during such unprecedented times. And the fact that you all are here today shows your willingness to reach a conclusion. And before I begin to explain you about the process of mediation, I'd like to say that we are here, me and my co-mediator are here only as tour guides for you today on this journey. And we will in no way tell you what you have to do or what you ought to do. We're only here to make this process smoother for you. And thus, we would expect utmost cooperation, non-hesitance from your side so that we can make this a very amicable process. And as you know, mediation is a completely voluntary process wherein whether you decide to reach an agreement or not is completely your decision, and also a very confidential process. So, in case we make any notes here today, they will be destroyed after the session for privity. Since we understand the gravity of the situation and this being a very personal matter, it needs a lot of privacy. And also, we promise to be impartial and non prejudicial judges here today, where we will just make this process smoother for you without judging you in any sort. So, my co mediator, would you like to add on?
Yes, please. Thank you. Now, allow me to explain the mediation process for this session. The session will go on for 60 minutes. First, both the parties will have an uninterrupted time period to explain what brought you here to this mediation session today and to describe the problem as you see it. Then we'll identify the issues, set an agenda. Then we'll carry on with a joint session where the parties will be discussing the issues, and me and my co-mediator are here to listen, clarify, and ask guiding questions at any point of time. Hopefully, by the end of today's session, we'll have a settlement agreement, and with both parties' satisfaction. Are there any questions from the parties at this stage?
No, thank you.
No questions.
Okay, let us quickly lay out few ground rules for this process to go smoothly today. The parties should have mutual respect. One person should talk at a time and avoid interrupting or using unparliamentary language. I repeat, unparliamentary language is not accepted in this mediation here. We are here to mediate and not argue. To avoid technical issues when one is not speaking, it is a good idea to keep your microphone muted. Of course, you can unmute whenever you want to speak without interrupting the other. If my co-mediator has anything to add now.
Nothing as such, but another point that since the process is completely forward-looking, and I would also expect all the parties to leave behind any sort of ill emotions that they would have and look at this from a very broad perspective so that we can have a very healthy discussion and reach a solution that's best for all of us.
Okay, I guess now the parties can go ahead. Who would like to go first?
The party does not object. I would like to begin with the opening statement.
Please go ahead, Ms. Shreya.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Shreya Mehta, and I'm a teacher for special needs children in Pune. I was married to Rohan for a period of 14 years, and unfortunately in 2018, we had to part our ways. We had to part our ways due to several quarrels that arose for almost a period of 10 years, which germinated from Rohan's alcoholism. Sadly, after parting ways, within a few months, Rohan passed away due to his alcoholism-related issues, and a beautiful daughter, Sanya, had to cope with such a big loss of losing her father. Today, I understand that we are this mediation session because Sanya's paternal grandparents want custody of her, and I hope that we can reach at a cordial solution. That is comfortable with Sanya as well. I assure you that my topmost priority would be the well-being of Sanya. Lastly, I would also like to thank the mediators present here today to facilitate this session. Thank you.
May I continue?
Sure.
All right. Sorry.
Could the counsel for NM10 go ahead?
Sure.
Yeah, please go ahead, counsel, and then we'll go on with NM5.
Good. Thank you. Thank you for that, Shreya. Firstly, good afternoon to everyone, and I would like to thank both the co-mediators for taking time
of their busy schedules in joining us for this session. Uh, and I'm the client for Ms. Shreya today, but I'm here present in an only mere advisory capacity, and final decisions will rest with my client, Ms. Shreya. As a lawyer, I believe in legitimacy and responsibility, and these are the principles that I would like everyone over here to help me keep during this discussion. I also look forward to a session where both the interests of the parties would be kept in mind, and then an amicable solution uh, would be over here. I would also like to state after all this that the paramount interest of the child, that is Sanya, should be the main point that we should keep in mind before arriving at any conclusion. Over to the mediator and the other team.
Counsel for NM5, would you like to proceed?
Yes. Okay. So sorry, Miss Shreya and Mr. Rahul or Rohan parted ways in 2016, and Mr. Rohan passed away sadly in 2018 due to his alcohol abuse. And my client's major concern is that prior to 2018, while their son was still alive, they could regularly correspond with their granddaughter, Miss Sanya, and meet with her. But ever since their son's death in August 2018, they feel that Miss Shreya has been keeping their granddaughter away from them, and they do not have access to her as they used to. They also have the issue that Miss Shreya's salary and their son's savings is not enough to make ends meet, and it would affect Miss Sanya's future. Thus, they would like to have at least partial custody of Miss Sanya, just to make sure that she has a proper upbringing and that they have access to her. That's all. Dr. Namita, would you like to go on?
Yes, sure. Actually, I just want best for my granddaughter. She's the only memory I have left of my son as for now. So my first priority is her better upbringing and her happiness. Now, last time I saw her was when we were at my son's funeral, and after that I lost all my access to meet her, and because that's what Miss Shreya wanted us to, like, she wanted us to stay away from her. Okay, so now all I want is to at least meet her, keep her with me. Miss Shreya is like always welcome at our home. She can stay with us. I have no issue with that. I just want my granddaughter to stay with me. I want to give her everything she deserves. We are, well, I should not say it like that, but we are quite wealthy and we can give her a life she deserves. We can help her in all her education. We can give her a really prosperous life, and that would help her in a better upbringing than what Miss Shreya could like give to her. So that's it. That's why I want her to stay with us.
Okay, so after listening to both the parties, I assume that the facts are like Mr. Rohan Salve got married to Shreya Mehta, and it was a love marriage. And out of their wedlock, Sanya Salve was born, and Mr. Rohan Salve, in an unfortunate incident, has passed away, and Rohan's parents, respectively, Namita Salve, are now seeking custody of Sanya Salve. So I assume that the agenda for today would be custody of Sanya Salve as to who is going to get. As from Shreya Mehta has also asked for custody, and Namita Salve is also asking for partial custody of the child. So if the parties and my co-mediator are okay, for can we set the agenda to custody of Sanya Salve today?
Yes,
Yes,
absolutely.
Absolutely.
Also, as Council NM5 mentioned, you spoke about partial custody, that you'd be okay with partial custody too. And also you
Yes,
would
ma'am.
want to contribute to their financial needs of
Yes, ma'am.
the child. So would you like to tell us more about it so that Ms. Shreya can also have clarity as to what you're seeking to propose?
First of all, major interest would be that Miss Shreya and Miss Sanya come live with us, because as Sanya works, Miss Shreya works all day long. Miss Sanya is left alone with their neighbor, which I had a doubt about. May I ask Miss Shreya? It was quite unclear. Miss Shreya, you mentioned that you leave Miss Sanya when you go for work with your neighbor, who also happens to run a daycare center. So my doubt was, has Miss Sanya been enrolled in the daycare center, or is she just left with the neighbor alone?
She's enrolled in the daycare center.
All right. First of all, I believe that Miss Shreya does not earn enough to make ends meet as it is. So this is an unnecessary expense, because my client, Dr. Namita and Dr. Chinmay, are willing to take care of Sanya during this time. So why not just leave Sanya with them? This would be this would cut down on costs and would help them financially as well. So our main interest is that Miss Shreya and Miss Sanya shift in with my client so that they can live together as a happy family. And also, I would like to point out that it is Miss Namita's sort of a last wish, because she's suffering from cancer, and the chances of her future life and health are very bleak. So she's just really focused and emotional regarding this.
Yeah, we understand. Ms. Shreya, would you like to add something to what they've already said?
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Mediator. I surely have some contentions about leaving Sanya at her paternal grandparents' house. Firstly, being that since they are very old and Miss Namita is also suffering from stage 4 of liver cancer, there are a lot of syringes that are kept around the house. And Sanya being a minor, I have noticed a couple of times that she plays with them. Although Miss Namita and Mr. Chinmay have been retired from the army, I would expect them to practice the same level of care that they did in the armed forces. They cannot just leave a child with syringes out, as it may lead to some harmful after effects. Secondly, I have also noticed that Miss Chinmay also badmouthed her own son, Mr. Rohan, after passing away. Such instances have a mental impact on the well-being of Sanya. I understand that I don't make much money, but I still do everything in my capacity to make sure that all the needs are met. Even though I have to sacrifice on some of my needs, but I have to make sure that Sanya's needs are met. Thirdly, I have a prejudice that Rohan's alcoholism has germinated from his parents only. These three are my main contentions. And if Mr. the Salves are willing to work on them, I would be open to custody, and I would try to convince Sanya as well to visit for partial custody as well. I would like to know more about from Ms. Namita Salve, what are her views on this?
Okay, so as for the problem you told about syringes, we have stopped bringing that at home. I go for my medication at the clinic we own. Since we are doctor, we own clinic. Okay, so that's where we go. From the first time this incident happened, we took this in our mind. Even though Sanya don't live with us, we don't like risk it. Okay, so, first of all, no medical stuff. Let it be drugs or let it be injection syringes. We don't keep it at our home any longer. And as for bad mouthing this our son, we just spoke what he does. He was addicted to alcohol. That's what we told. Okay, that's what we told to Sanya. She, despite being a minor, she needs to know what her parents are. Okay, if today Miss Shreya does something wrong, I won't hide it from her daughter, because that's not what she deserves. She deserves to know what the world is. Despite being a minor, I can't just sugarcoat the world for her and tell her that everything is so like livable, and when she turns 18 or adult, and then she have to face the world in a like completely different phase. So I just told what his father used to do. I didn't say, I didn't add anything bad. I just told her that he's alcoholic, and that's it. I don't count it as anything bad. And that's it. I don't think so there's any other issues. And yeah, obviously we as parent of her, like we don't do alcohol, we don't do drugs. We are doctor, we know what side effects are. I do not agree to that point. I don't know where our son caught that habit, but we don't do such things. Okay, so that's just like a false allegation, and that's it. I don't think so. She have any other. If Miss Shreya have any other doubt, she can openly ask to us, and we will seek to the solution. I have no problem. And as for her financial problems, I will again say Miss Shreya is welcome with our granddaughter. She can live with us. She can use this home as her home as well. It's not just our son. She's like our daughter to us. Okay, because her daughter is our granddaughter, so she's our daughter too. She's always welcome to our home. She can live here. She can stay here like for her lifetime, and that's it. I have no issues with anything she said. I just want my granddaughter to stay with me for as long as I am living, because I don't have, as far as I know, I don't have left many days to live. So that's what I want.
May I speak on her behalf for the one?
Sure, sure. Please go ahead.
All right. So to conclude, essentially, that Dr. Namita and Dr. Chinmay are taking more care regarding their paraphernalia and medication that Ms. Shreya mentioned. But one of their major concerns was my clients used to serve as doctors in the armed forces. They spent most of their lives working and serving the nation, so they know firsthand what dire effects being away from their child and not giving them enough attention has on their childhood and their upbringing. They just don't want Miss Sanya to grow up in the same environment that their son did. And they admit that certain issues might have stemmed from their not being present throughout his childhood. And they just don't want Miss Sanya to have the same issues. That's why they are working towards being better grandparents. And this way, Miss Shreya can pursue her career, and Miss Sanya can have a proper upbringing.
Okay, given that Shreya has lost her husband, and the only hope she has is her daughter Sanya, and she's working hard only for upbringing of Sanya, and also at the same time where Dr. Chinmay Salve and Namita Salve are in their old age, and Namita Salve is fighting cancer, and they are also in need of something. Would the parties here like to put forward any settlements or whatever they wish to say in the best interest of Sanya?
I have somewhat of a solution. Miss Shreya and Miss Sanya could come and move in with my client in their house, and Dr. Namita and Dr. Chinmay will look after all of their financial needs. Miss Shreya can pursue her career if she wants, but there won't be any issues regarding the finances. And they will take care of them, and they will just live with them if that's not an issue.
Counsel for NM10,
Yes.
would you like to say anything?
I had an important, before going away for the settlement right away, I had an important point to make. Considering that, Sanya is still a child, she's just 14 years old. She's already seen one of her very close family members, that is her father,
Team,
dying.
40 minutes left.
Considering she moves ahead and, starts living with her grandparents, it will, and as we know that Mrs. Namita Salve is suffering from 4th stage of liver cancer, and she might soon pass away. This will leave a deep trauma on Sanya as a child, which might stay with her for lifelong, because she's already faced the death of a very close family member. So we need to take this into consideration, I believe, and I feel my client would also have the same thing in mind. So Shreya, would you like to say something about this?
Absolutely. Thank you, thank you, counsel. It's obvious that if the custody, if even partial custody is given to Ms. Namita, there are chances that she might pass away soon, and Sanya might end up having more trauma than that she's already suffering. The mental health of the child is of paramount importance, and I don't think it is the right time for her to engage and communicate with her grandparents, as she has already said so that she does not want to meet them even in public places.
May I provide a counter
Shreya,
argument?
would you like to propose anything? Just a minute, Council NM5.
Yes, ma'am.
Shreya, would you like to propose anything as to, would you like to propose something for the well-being of your child, or is it that you need full custody?
For the well-being of my child, obviously I do suffer from some financial support. And while my child has outrightly said that she is not willing to meet her grandparents, I will try my best to persuade her and try to convince her to meet her grandparents. But the same would be under my supervision and only on the weekends when I have certain amount of time that I can supervise her and her behavior as well. But this is the same condition has to be laid forward, is that Sanya's education needs, even the future college and all sort of financial needs are taken care of.
NM5 Council, you were telling something. Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, first of all, death is a part of everyday life. You cannot safeguard your child from it all throughout. You cannot provide a safe bubble forever. And I personally feel that Miss Sanya not knowing her grandmother properly and getting to know later on that she passed away will cause a much higher amount of trauma than having a couple of happy memories with her and then seeing her live out her life. First of all, that was a concern. And second of all, Miss Shreya, you say that you will provide supervised visits. If you're living with my clients, then you will be there all the time. You will have constant supervision. And obviously, Dr. Chinmay and Dr. Namita can spend the time with their granddaughter as they like. And yes, I'm sure my client is willing to provide all the financial assistance regarding Miss Sanya's education all throughout her life. That I agree on with Miss Shreya.
So if
Okay,
I may
so
just interject, may I please proceed? Is that okay, co-mediator?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. So if I may just interject at this point, just for the sake of clarity, so that all of us are on the same page, what we have on the table right now is that Ms. Shreya would accept the financial contribution that Mrs. Namita Salve is willing to offer for her child's best interests. And secondly, we are still discussing the point where we're discussing the partial custody of Miss Sanya and whether she will stay with her grandparents or meet them on the weekends. Am I right? Does anybody have any questions or queries at this point? So please do.
No.
All right. Then we may proceed. Ms. Shreya, if you have anything to continue.
Thank you for the point put forward by the council. I would like to counter the same point and say that since Sanya has outrightly mentioned that she does not want to live with her grandparents as of now, I might not be able to persuade her. And I have a soft spot for my daughter, obviously, because she has already suffered a lot, going through divorce proceedings and then the death of her own father. My value is just of persuasion right now. I cannot assure that Sanya is willing to live with you. The most I can do is try to convince her, and living together might not be something that she might be open to as of now, as it might be a huge step for her. So that circumstances might change depending upon the behavior on the weekends and how the partial custody goes. So that's why I'm suggesting for partial custody on weekends itself. Since the only objection to this is Sanya has outrightly mentioned that she is not willing to meet her grandparents.
May I speak regarding this?
Please do.
Go ahead. All right.
Could I just
sorry?
Council NM10, would you
allow? Oh, yes, go ahead, please.
Go ahead, or would you like to go ahead?
NM10 can go ahead. I'll
she
speak
can go
later.
ahead. I'll. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, please.
So I just wanted to make a clarification on Shreya's part and say that just like she said that Sanya is not even willing to stay with her grandparents. I mean, not even willing to meet her. So staying will be a huge step for her. So what we can suggest is, a cooling off period for 6 months where Sanya meets her grandparents. We persuade her and, visits her in public places, visits them under Shreya's supervision. And then, eventually if the situation gets better, we could then probably discuss the partial custody issue. I think that would be better, keeping the interests of Sanya in mind. I would like to know what the other party has in mind.
And M5 counsel, yeah, you can go ahead now.
Thank you, Ms. Mediator. My issue was Sanya has not met with her grandparents in the past 3 years, so she does not have a clue exactly what they're like. She was merely a child of 11. I doubt she remembers what they were like then. Also, her mind is not particularly happy with regarding her father's condition, so she might be wary regarding her father's family and all such situations. That being said, I can provide an alternate solution. That is, Miss Shreya and Miss Sanya move into our locality, my client's locality, in the same neighborhood, so that they can be neighbors and they can meet regularly on an everyday basis. Then, if Miss Sanya starts to feel comfortable, they can move in the same house. And this would also cut down again on the financial costs that Miss Shreya bears, as if they were to move in the same locality, my client will pay for the rent and the housing facilities and the schooling facilities. Is that all right with you, Ms. Shreya?
Thank you for putting forward your suggestion, but I would just like to counter the same and say that I understand that it has been 3 years, and but Sanya is still not willing to meet her grandparents so regularly. I think if we ease into it, it would be much better, as her mental condition will also get better, and she would be more comfortable with her grandparents till then. Moving into the locality might be a lot of change that is not suitable for a 14-year-old as of now, who has already suffered a lot and is going through a lot of trauma. So I would like to. I don't think that Sanya would be willing to do that and meet regularly on everyday basis. I think it's much better if we ease into it.
Okay, so Dr. Namita Salve has first suggested that Shreya can stay in their house, but later has made amends saying that they could shift into their neighborhood so that they will even finance her rent so that it will be helpful for Shreya. But Shreya is denying that. But whereas Ms. Shreya Mehta has also proposed that she will be willing to let Sanya meet her grandparents during weekends under her supervision. So, Dr. Namita Salve, is there anything you would like to say, as Shreya is not willing to move to the neighborhood, and is there anything you would like to say at this point?
Yes, sure. I would like to add that as counsel for NM10, Ms. Shreya proposed that after, like, we should give her 6 months. First of all, I really don't know how long. Maybe I just have 1 month with me. Maybe I have 2 months with me. I really can't count on that. So I'm sorry, but I just can't agree with that. As for our granddaughter, Sania, the issue is that it has been long since we met. Okay. Earlier, we used to spend evenings, we used to go to parks and picnics and stuff, and she used to love it. Okay. It's not like she used to hate it. It's been a long time since we met last time. So I don't know what happened to her. Maybe due to everything that has happened in this past few years, her memories with us has tarnished, or something has happened with the memory she had with us. I Before I say goodbye to this world, I don't want to die with my granddaughter thinking about me in such a way that she don't even want to meet me. I want to prove myself as a good grandmother. I want to prove her that we are a good grandparent, and I want an opportunity for that. That's why I said it's okay if she don't want to move in with us. She can come to our locality. It's not like it won't be that a huge issue, I guess, because I'm not asking them to change the city, right? They're still She will still go to the same school, her friends will be the same, and the only thing that's going to be changed is locality. And being a doctor, I live in a good locality. This place is good. We are close to Kant area. It's safe as well. Okay, so and we are willing to take them into our neighborhood. I'll pay for the rents, I'll pay for all expenses, even from the day they shift here, for the shifting to the day I live. I'll make sure they don't have to spend a single penny over something I can do for them. Okay, so I'm really looking forward for them to move here if Miss Shreya agree, because I have like inclined towards her, and I'm saying that okay, I'm not asking her to move in with us like instantly. And then after a few days, Sania can decide if she wants to move in. If she doesn't, it's okay. If she decide that she want to move back to her locality after giving us some time, that's okay too. I won't force her. I'm her grandmother. I want her to be happy. But at least give us a chance before you say that no, she won't like it. At least give us a chance first, because she used to like it. Maybe something happened with her. Maybe these past year has taken toll on her and she don't like it here in her memory, but she used to love it as far as I remember.
Mrs.
May I speak?
Namita, we completely
Sorry.
yes.
I actually just wanted to add on to what Ms.
Yeah,
Namita
please do.
said.
Please go ahead first.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
No problem.
Right. My client was essentially trying to say that we are trying to make a lot of concessions and try to come to an amicable solution for the betterment of Ms. Sanya, but it seems like Ms. Shreya is just speaking on her behalf. We have not considered Ms. Sanya's interest in this at all. We have not asked her, would you like to move? And personally, I feel a change in the scenery and the locality would provide a fresh start to Miss Sanya, and she might be able to get over some of the trauma that she has faced in her previous home regarding her father's alcohol abuse and death. That might be really good, and essentially, we just have to look into what Miss Sanya would prefer. We can't just let Miss Shreya speak on her behalf without actually cross-checking with her. That's all.
I would like to put forward something. I completely understand Miss Namita's emotions and how she wants to spend time with her granddaughter, but as far as we need to keep her concerns in mind, when we started out, what we decided was the paramount interest of Sanya would be given the most importance. And considering the fact that, she is not even willing to meet them moving in right now into a locality where they stay, close in the same neighborhood would not be a solution, I believe. What we could do is, we could also, considering the present situation, we could also arrange for video calls so that, she gets to connect with her grandparents. So I think Shreya could add on to this.
Thank you for putting forward your suggestion, Council. I'm absolutely open to this idea that I can at least convince my daughter to have video calls on the weekdays and visit her grandparents on the weekends. And if within time she's comfortable, let's not put a limitation of 6 months on it. But as soon as she feels comfortable, we will either move into the locality or move in with you, Ms. Namita.
Also, adding to what you just said, we completely acknowledge and understand your mental condition, Mrs. Namita, and we understand that stemming out of your deteriorating health. So, but as Ms. Shreya, I sense that Ms. Shreya wants to proceed in a step-by-step fashion. So, just to summarize, she basically wants to proceed in a step-by-step way, wherein she wants video calls first, and then moving into the locality when you've gotten a little more closer and get to know each other better, and then perhaps she will entertain the idea of moving into your house as well. So, Mrs. Namita, would you be okay with that, since we understand that you have less time on your hands, and we all acknowledge all your genuine concerns, but keeping in mind the necessities and the mental condition of the child as well, we would like to hear more from you about these three aspects that Ms. Shreya has suggested.
I would like to suggest, like, okay, I'm fine with her meeting me at weekends, but while weekdays when Mrs. Shreya goes to the work, if she would just drop Miss Sanya by our house, and if we can spend some time, like, okay, not just today or tomorrow, give her some time, a week or two. We can do video calls before we proceed to this step, and if only she would allow, like, for us to take care of her on weekdays while she goes for work. I would like that as well. Like, if she doesn't want to move in here in this locality, that's okay. But if she will drop her by instead of dropping her in that daycare, then I would really appreciate that, because I will get to spend more time with her and she will get to know me with this. Because obviously, her the way she looks at the world has changed a lot, since we last met. So maybe she will get to know us with a new set of mind again, and maybe she would like here. Maybe she will like to move in with us. So if Miss Shah is okay with that, then I would really like to welcome both of them actually, even if she take leaves on weekdays. Mrs. Shreya, I've said this earlier, I'll say it again. Miss Shreya is also welcome at our home. So if she can arrange this, I would really appreciate that.
Okay, Council for Council NM5, is there anything you would like to say?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, we didn't bring it up earlier, but first of all, Miss Shreya has mentioned that she doesn't want to live with the grandparents. She doesn't want them to have full custody of her. She nowhere mentioned that she doesn't want to interact with them or any such thing. Also, adding on to that, for the past 5 years, my client has not been allowed to even meet up with Miss Shreya. I mean, Miss Sanya. Had Miss Shreya's concern been the supposed trauma that this might cause or the wariness that Miss Sanya has regarding my client, then she would have allowed these supervised visits that she's suggesting now, even then. But for the past 3 years, Miss Sanya has had virtually no contact with the client. That's why we're so eager to take such huge steps. No other reason, essentially.
Madam
Okay,
Council,
so
just
Ms. Shreya. Yeah, please go ahead, Council.
all right, thank you. Madam Council, as you just mentioned that there's some sort of eagerness that you're seeing on behalf of Ms. Shreya and all of that. But as just Mrs. Namita just mentioned that she's willing to entertain the proposal that Ms. Shreya has put forward, taking it in a step-by-step way and going slowly since Ms. Sania is still a minor and needs some sort of mental resort and she needs time. So I think Ms. Shreya would also agree where she has already said that she would take financial contribution from your side and also, arrange more meetings than that have happened in the past. So I think there's some sort of agreement on that part that I'm sensing here. Please do correct me if I'm wrong. And, Ms. Shreya, if you could reply to this.
I suppose you're absolutely right, Miss Mediator. This time period does not depend on me, but depends on Sanya absolutely. I am not stopping her. It's according to her wishes only, and whenever she feels comfortable.
My co-mediator, as you were going to say something, would you please like to continue?
Yeah. So here I see, like as my co-mediator has mentioned, I sense that there is some agreement that we are reaching to, where Dr. Namita Salve has agreed that she's okay if, as Shreya Mehta has proposed that under her supervision she can leave Sanya for the weekends with the doctors. And also Namita Salve has agreed to it. Since the weekend part is settled now, I think it will be a better idea if we discuss about where Sanya is going to stay, and if Shreya is ready to move to their locality, and where will Sanya be accommodated during the weekdays.
Given the time period that we have, I think it would be dependent on Sanya if she wants to move into the locality or into the house of her grandparents only. Given that and moreover, that even if we move into the locality, if Sanya is comfortable, she would be left with her grandparents on the weekdays while I go for work, and on the weekends she's with them only.
Very
Okay,
commendable,
Miss.
Ms. Shreya.
Yeah, exactly.
No, please,
And
please go
Dr.
ahead.
Namita Salve, is there anything you would like to say to Shreya Mehta, as she has agreed that since we all are here today in
20
the best
minutes
interest
left.
of, as today we are here for in the best interest of Sania, and Shreya Mehta is agreeing that weekends she's going to leave you with Sania, and in weekdays, if Sania is okay, then we could have a trial period, and then if Sania is okay, then when Shreya Mehta is off to work, she will be living with you. Is there anything you would like to say, Dr. Namita?
Yes, sure. I would like to add that before you ask to Sanya about whether she wants to live with us or in this locality or not, please give us a chance to talk to her, because as for now she really don't know us. So before you go and ask her, at least give us a chance. As you mentioned, you can set up a meeting or video call or anything by which she would get to know us, because with the mindset she have as for right now, she might not agree on living on the terms of living with us. So before you ask her this question, please make sure she gets to know us with her new mindset, and if she agrees, then there's nothing gonna, like, I can't be more happier than that, because that's all why I am here for.
Certainly, that is what I had put forward, that during the weekdays, you will be having access to her via video calls. And on weekends, we shall have, we'll come over to your place and she'll be under my supervision as well. Till the time she's not comfortable completely moving in.
Okay, so now given that we have come to an agreement that during weekends, Sanya will be staying with her grandparents, which is Dr. Namita Salve and Chinmay Salve respectively. And during weekdays, initially we will proceed with video calls where Sanya will get to interact with their grandparents and create some sort of connection and see if she's comfortable moving in and staying with her grandparents while her mother, Shreya Mehta, is off to work. Am I right, parties? Or is there anything you would like me to correct myself?
Yeah,
This
absolutely
is
right, Ms.
absolutely
Mediator.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, my co-mediator, is there anything you would like to add here?
No, there's nothing I'd like to add. You very well summarized everything that was there on hand. And I would just like to say that the parties have been very considerate towards their needs, each other's needs throughout the session, which is extremely commendable, keeping in mind this issue, which is very sensitive. So, and the fact that we already have two solutions to our issues, and we had so many issues when we began, but then there are such brilliant solutions that we have reached. So it's very commendable. And if there's anything else left to discuss, we can, since we still have some time on our hands. And also, if anything is not discussed in this session, we would be up for future mediation sessions as well, in case you choose to entrust us with the same. And any concerns that would be arising later could be comfortably discussed in future sessions as well, wherein you could involve Shania in case she wants to be involved, of course, keeping in mind her interests, and continue to find solutions to your issues in such an amicable way. So, would you entertain that idea?
Yes, absolutely. I have another suggestion on the already agreed upon agreement, that we also appoint a custody evaluator on the weekends while we come for supervision, so that the psychological aspect and what is going on with Sanya can be evaluated by him or her, and then that way we'll have a better conclusion as to whether Sanya is completely comfortable. And that might be earlier than expected or might be later than expected, but it is in the paramount interest of Sanya only.
Right.
I think my counsel has something to add on.
I just want to, yeah, thank you for that, Shreya. That is an excellent solution, I believe, keeping Sanya's interest in mind and also Miss Namita's, I believe. So, once Sanya starts meeting her parents, grandparents, and uh, becomes comfortable with them, and if she's ready to move in, I think a custody evaluator could, stay with us for a brief time period and understand the situation in hand, and suggest that how we should go ahead with it, which we could probably bring up in the next sessions, as depending on how far Sanya goes ahead and is willing to meet or stay with her grandparents. So yes.
Okay, thank you for putting this small issue on the table. Dr. Namita Salva, is there anything you would like to say to what Ms. Shreya has just said regarding the custody evaluator?
Yes. I would like to say, if like, I don't see such a necessary of custody evaluator, because if Sania herself, like, she's 14 now, okay, she's a teenager, like, she's reckless. So is, I'm sorry to say, but so is Miss Shreya. Um, so, like, I would like to say that she's capable of taking like quite few things in her mind, like, if she wants to live with us, she won't need anyone else to tell her that, because if that was the thing, then we would tell her to live with us, but she won't accept it, right? So even if custody evaluator decides that she's ready to live with us, and if she's not ready by herself, then we can't make her stay with us, right? So I don't see such a necessary, like, requirement of custody evaluator, because what I can like say is Miss Sania herself is quite old enough to take decisions for herself. So if she wants to live with us, and what if custody evaluator says that no, she's not ready? So are we going to listen to him, or are we going to listen to Sania? If Ms. Shreya clarifies this, that if Sania is ready and custody evaluator says that no, she is not ready yet, and if we are going to listen to Sania, then I'm fine with it. I'm really okay with this proposal as well. As long as we are going to listen what Sania wants, and if she wants to live with us, and Ms. Shreya allows us to keep her, I'm fine with it.
May I speak on my client's behalf?
Yes, Madam Counsel. Also keeping in mind, we have very few time on our hands. So if you could.
Yes. Sorry. I personally feel that, and I agree that what Ms. Namita's concerns are. That being said, her major concern is that Miss Sania herself might feel that she's in the right headspace and is willing to move in with her grandparents, but the custody evaluator may not think so. This issue might arise later on, so I would just like to ask Ms. Shreya to decide whether we look into what Ms. Shreya says, or sorry, Ms. Sania says, or what the custody evaluator said. That being cleared out, I think we've already come to an amicable solution, and we should be able to conclude the session quite easily. Thank you for all your suggestions, Ms. Mediators. Thank you.
Just a small clarification on behalf of Ms. Shreya. A custody evaluator will not decide on either Sania or our behalf. She would just suggest, keeping in mind what is best for, a minor that is Sania. So yeah, I think Ms. Shreya can go ahead.
Exactly, I understand that, but the issue being the custody evaluator is a well-read person. Ms. Shreya's interest might be biased regarding what the custody evaluator says, because obviously the custody evaluator is a well-qualified person. So if the custody evaluator says that I don't think Ms. Sania is in the right headspace to move in with the grandparents, Ms. Shreya's decision might be biased towards them rather than what Ms. Sania has to say, right?
I believe a custody evaluator as a third person will not be biased exactly why he or she is a custody evaluator. So exactly why we have put forward the solution, so that it does not feel biased. That's the entire reason we.
So, if I may just interject at this point,
Understood what I
some sort of a
Yes, ma'am.
confusion here. Yeah, thank you. Since I'm sensing some sort of a confusion regarding the bias of the custody evaluator, I think what both parties inherently agree is on the wishes of Miss Sania. So at the end of the day, whatever the custody evaluator would suggest, if she chooses to stay or not to stay, both parties would respect her wishes. If I'm not wrong, please do correct me. And yeah, I mean, please let us know whether that's what you both have in mind, keeping in mind her wish solely.
Ma'am, I absolutely agree with what you said, but my major concern was that
Yes,
Ms. Shreya
absolutely.
is the has sole custody of Ms. Sania as of now. So, and she being a minor, Ms. Shreya's ideologies might be biased toward whatever the custody. Sorry, what was the word? So whatever they say, rather than sorry, I messed up a little bit.
No problem. Please, please.
Team, 10 minutes left.
Whatever the custody evaluator might say rather than what Ms. Sania says, keeping in mind that the custody evaluator is a well-qualified minor. So Ms. Shreya's views might be biased to matching the custody evaluators rather than Ms. Sania's. That was the major concern, that's all.
Yes. Ms. Shreya, could you please add on?
Just clarifying, I thought that we are entering this meeting with the paramount interest of the child. Firstly, a custody evaluator, just you have mentioned, is a qualified person. If he tells us that there are psychological improvements that Sania is, having and she's improving upon, then certainly I would not object to it. But in the case that Sania agrees, while the custody evaluator does not agree, we would weigh our. That's around, like, let's say that's still some certain weeks away. I think again, then we can weigh the options that we have then, and maybe come to a different kind of solution the same thing being that we might move into the locality according to Sanya's needs. Her needs are the top priority right now. If she's improving, I'm completely willing to have full custody, shift in, move in with you, whatever is comfortable with Sanya.
Exactly. That was my major concern. Thank you so much, Ms. Shreya, for clarifying that.
Okay, so given that here we have agreed upon this, that on weekends, Sanya will be staying with Dr. Namita and her house. But the whole point of this mediation session was to keep the paramount interest of Sanya, where I see the parties have both like come upon with a solution with the same keeping in mind that Sanya should be comfortable end of the day, living wherever she's living. So can we all agree upon that first we will be like having a small time period where we will be observing how Sanya is feeling, whether she's comfortable living with the doctors in their house, and eventually moving in and spending more time with the doctors. Is this fine? And also to add on and just to bring it up in the end that doctors have also agreed to like give some financial assistance to Shreya Mehta.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we clear on this point?
Yes, we would eventually
ma'am.
start out with video calls and weekend visits, and then after that, according to Sanya's need, we might shift in.
And my client will be providing full financial assistance.
Yes.
Shreya, are you accepting this financial assistance from the doctors?
Yes.
Okay, so the doctors will be giving financial assistance to Shreya and Sanya. Sanya can stay with the doctors during the weekends and during weekdays. It will be on Sanya after a trial period as to whether she wants to live with her mother or she wants to spend time with her grandparents. Is there anything else my co-mediator would like to add and summarize?
No, thank you so much. I think all of the issues at hand are resolved by now. In case you have another issue that you want to discuss, since we still have a little bit of time. So is there anything else you would like to question us? Or
there are no concerns on my side.
all right. Thank you, Ms. Shreya.
Thank you, Ms. Shreya.
Mrs. Namita, do you have any concerns? Counsel?
No, as for right now, I don't have any concerns.
All right.
Okay, so we are just letting you know that as today we have come to a settlement agreement in the best interest of Sanya. Me and my co-mediator are very happy that mediation was helpful for both the parties, and Sanya, and hopefully Sanya will also get to spend time with her mother and grandparents equally. And this is where mediation differs from other forms of adjudications, where we sit, talk amicably and come to a settlement where, as we see, both the parties are satisfied. Just letting you know that the doors of mediation are open to you whenever you like after this trial period, if there arises, like as we have settled today, the practicality might be a little different, and if the parties are facing any problem, the doors of mediation are always open, and we can have another issue. As my co-mediator also said, we can even involve Sanya. Thank you for being here. Thank you for choosing mediation.
And also adding to that, since we have come at some conclusions today, we would also send that to you in writing just for clarity, so that you both have a copy of everything that has been reached upon, and there's utmost clarity in what we have decided upon, and which can also be used in future mediation sessions when we're discussing contrary to what has been decided today, or even in consonance to it. So would that be okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely.
Yes, yes.
And you also have our numbers
Absolutely.
to contact us in case you want to hold another mediation session, or you have any issues regarding this current one also.
Okay. Thank you so much. I
Thank
personally
you,
feel
leaders.
that we've come to a great solution. Thank you so much regarding this.
I would like to thank mediators and Ms. Shreya for accepting and coming to a great conclusion, a great solution. Thank you for giving us your time, and thank you for considering our problems and giving solutions to them. I highly appreciate your effort. Thank you.
I absolutely acknowledge the solutions put forward by Ms. Namita and her counsel. I understand that we have met somewhere halfway while keeping the best interest of the child as a paramount interest. And I'm so thankful for you for being open to our suggestions and being so flexible with the suggestions that we put forward.
Team, 5 minutes left.
Lastly, I would also like to thank the mediators present here who could facilitate such a great session with such efficiency.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear participants. Yes, NM10 Council, were you saying something?
Yeah, nothing more to add, but I would just like to thank the mediators for coming forward in the session and putting for understanding both the needs of the parties and, helping us to conduct this session so amicably. And I would also like to thank the other party for being so flexible with all the solutions that we've put forward and being understanding of the interests of Sanya. And I hope we can look forward to these solutions and future mediation sessions, keeping in mind Sanya's needs. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Also, just to conclude, in case you have any feedback for us, since in mediation we're all humans, and so there are times when there are bias that creeps in. So, in case you have any feedback for us, do let us know. You can give it to our secretary later on, and then we can work on that so that we work better and serve you guys better in the upcoming sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, parties and council and my co-mediator.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear participants. Now, may I request you to kindly log out of the session so that we can let the other teams in?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I would just like to inform the judges that the last round, we are starting with the last round, and we have NM9 and NM17 as the client counsel pair, NM9 and NM17 as the client counsel pair, and NM3 and NM8 as the mediator duos. NM3 and NM8 as the mediator duos, and NM9 and NM17 as the client counsel pair. Dear participants, I'll just make you co-host so that you can unmute yourself. So all the participants, you all have been made the co-host, so you can unmute yourself. And so with the permission of the judges, can we start with this last round of semi-finals?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Annapurna, please take care of the time.
Yes, ma'am. Teams, your time start now.
Good morning, everyone. We aren't guaranteed with the time we think we need to mend fences with family, which is why taking the step forward and coming to this mediation is sole proof that you're willing to put aside your differences and build an amicable relationship. Welcome to your mediation. My name is Kavya Vijay, and you can call me Ms. Kavya for the purpose of this process. Could you all please introduce yourselves and what you like to be referred as? Parties.
Hi, I am Shreya Mehta. I am a teacher at St. Xavier's School for Special Kids, and I love children. My daughter Sanya is one of the most precious gifts that God has given to me, and I really hope that during this the course of the session that we can work on finding a solution that is mutually beneficial to both me and Namita auntie with regard to the best interest of our child. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm Bhavini Sharma and I'm counsel for Ms. Shreya.
Okay.
And please note that I'm here just for as an advisory. And so, first of all, it's very sad to see the current situation of Mrs. Namita and what is going through. So this is already a decided subject that the daughter lives with the mother, because after the death of the father and after the divorce, the daughter has spent the time with the mother itself. So if we could have gone to the court, the things could have been already in our hands. But if we actually look at the matter, it shows, but the court could have given the decision in our favor. But we did not want to escalate it further. The court could have not decided on the basis of the relationship that my client Shreya wants her daughter to have with the grandparents. So in this meeting, we will only take care of what is the paramount interest of the child, her safety, and also about the kind of relationship we want to establish with the grandparents. So this is what we look forward in today's mediation session. Also, I would like to thank the co-counsel and the grandparents of Sanya. That thank you so much for coming here and opening your open heart. The sky is just the limit for solutions. So we hope that we end up getting a good solution and something good, keeping in mind your health, my client's safety, and the daughter's welfare. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Also, this is just an introduction for the parties. Your brief introduction with your issues and all could be after I complete my statement.
Yes,
Sorry
yes.
for
I
the
just want
interruption.
to. Yes, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Good morning, everyone. I don't think I've introduced myself. I am your co-mediator for today, along with Kavya. My name is Rashmi, and I'm sure Kavya has already made you comfortable in this mediation. So welcome to your mediation.
Could the second party also just introduce?
I'm Dr. Namita Salve, wife of Mr. Chinmay Salve, and I would be, I am here on behalf of both of us, as it
Okay.
might be one of the last things I do for my granddaughter.
Okay.
And now I would like my counsel to introduce themselves.
Firstly, I'd like to thank the mediators for giving us their valuable time to resolve this dispute in an amicable manner. I'd also like to thank the opposing party, Ms. Shreya, and the counsel for being present here for this session. Lastly, I'd also like to thank my client who, despite her medical condition, insisted on being here because she has such a good bond with her granddaughter. I hope both the parties can come to an agreement and resolve their differences in a peaceful manner. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. So it is great to see you all taking that extra step in coming up virtually to resolve the dispute mutually through mediation during such difficult times like COVID-19. May I ask you all to please turn off your phone and make yourself comfortable, because we are here for 50 minutes. Okay. And a request, like I hope the councils have the authority of delegation from their clients to move forward in this mediation, right?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, yes, please, co-mediator, you may.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm sure the councils have been in. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, you are.
So I'm sure the councils have been in to a mediation before, but I'm not sure about the client. So for their sake, I will walk you through the process of mediation. So to begin with, I will explain our role. So our role as mediators is merely that of facilitators. That means that we will not be providing any advice, be it legal, financial, or otherwise, anything for that matter that is likely to color the process with our opinion. So consider this to be a boat and us mediators to be the boat, and you are just the oars. And by oars, I mean you decide which direction you want to go and which is the destination you want to reach. So you and only you are in charge of the outcome of this mediation. The next is our neutrality. The difference between you as parties and us as mediators is that we as mediators have no interest in the subject matter of this discussion. So we are here to only ensure the free flow of communication. And if any point you feel that we have compromised a neutral stand, please feel free to bring it to our notice. It brings me to the next point, which is voluntariness. And I understand that sometimes the court may have sent you here or you may have come by yourself. But what I really mean by voluntary is that if at some point during the mediation you feel that your interests are not being satisfied, you could take the step back, speak to your counsel, and reassess your choice in dispute resolution. Now, I'm sure our mediator has explained that it is a 50-minute session today.
Yes.
And and we will not be having a private session, which is known as the caucus. That adds an extra layer of confidentiality. But since today is only 50 minutes, we will not be having that caucus. It will only be a joint session.
Okay.
Lastly is the confidentiality. If you don't mind, ma'am.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Lastly is the confidentiality. Now, we all know the confidentiality clause. We've read and signed the agreement. But paying heed to the current scenario, I feel that on behalf of both of us, I need to make it clear that we are not recording this session, and neither do we permit either of the parties to do that and disseminate any information that is shared with any third party. I understand that we are in our private spaces, and at some point someone may enter the room, but at that point I urge you to immediately let us know that the situation has changed. And a few requests from our side. Yes, ma'am, sure, go ahead.
Okay. So as the co-mediator, Ma'am Rashmi has already explained to you about the mediation and the role of the mediator. So just to like reiterate, one of the most important point is that no matter what happens, we're just gonna like facilitate you and give you some information that you need. But if you ask us for some advice or solutions, we shan't do that. Okay. And talking about the 4 main ground rules of the whole process and how we are going to conduct it, first is the position of lawyers. So what I want is the lawyers should be just assisting and guiding the parties, and it will be the parties who will be having an open discussion about their issues. So that how will it be possible? It will be possible through the confidentiality, which has already been discussed by the co-mediator. So this will help you to put all your cards in the table and not feel pressured or feared while putting it. Okay. Consequently, submissions made by another party or by the mediator in mediation may not be produced as evidence in any arbitration, litigation, or similar proceedings unless they can be obtained independently by the party seeking to produce them in those proceedings. The third one is about the nature of mediation, right? So this is already, I've sought your permission, so you guys know that this is a voluntary process. And if this process is not meeting your needs, you may leave at any time. If you think you want to leave, I request that you confer with me, okay? Now, as I mentioned that we are just a facilitator and we may have some perspective as a neutral third party. So if I provide you that thing, you do not have to mandatorily abide by it. Okay, it is just an invitation for you to consider and nothing more. Also, I encourage you all to use this time to the fullest extent possible to see how far we can go in resolving, or at the very least, limiting or clarifying the issues in our conflict. And the fourth one is about the courtesy. So there are 4 major courtesies that you have to follow during this process. First is one person should speak at a time. Okay. Second is we do not want any personal attacks during this whole session. Third is about the temper. Since we will be discussing some issues that could be personal, the temper and the temperature of the room may rise. So if that happens, I will be showing 2 of my hands. Okay. At that point, I want that party to please sit down and take a breather. Okay, because we don't want any haphazard happening in the sessions. Okay. And the fourth one is about, since we are having this virtually, I would want the parties who are not speaking at that moment to keep their microphones muted. Okay. And the process, as again, it's in 3 stages: introduction, your joint session, and the last, if we have a settlement agreement, if the parties agree, then only. But the most important point you have to remember, and you can be comfortable and confident about, is that nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. Okay.
I would just like to put a small request from our side to the parties, is that this process of online mediation is new to all of us and a learning process as well. So a little patience and grace with each other could really go a long way in helping the process. My co-mediator has already handled the rest. So to come to what we are here for today is, what is your story? I would like to know why each of you are here today. We can all read papers, filings, and facts. But on a personal level, why are you here today? What do you seek to achieve from this mediation? And what is it that brings you here today? So if Mrs. Salve could start in no particular order.
Thank you to the mediators for briefing us. I'm Dr. Namita Salve, as we have established. My husband, Chinmay Salve, and we were both army doctors by profession. And we retired in 2017, a year before our son's divorce. I'm here on behalf of both of us since I have stage 4 liver cancer, and I would really like this opportunity to reconcile with my granddaughter. Our only son, Rohan, may God bless him, Unfortunately, he passed away in 2018, and he had many issues in his personal life with Shreya Mehta, who was our daughter-in-law, which led to his divorce earlier the year he passed away. Sanya, our granddaughter, lived those few months after the divorce with us and Rohan. We have been fortunate enough to have earned sufficient wealth to sustain our family, and after having lived full lives, we would like to pass this wealth down to our granddaughter, our knowledge, our experience, all of it to Sanya. But it has not been possible after our son's demise, since Sanya has been kept away from us. I don't have the luxury of time, and whatever I have left, I would like to spend it with Sanya. In light of full disclosure, we had an issue with Shreya's lifestyle, but we have come here keeping our prejudices at bay for the betterment of our granddaughter and improvement in the situation of our household. And we would really, really like this session to go smoothly, to be able to communicate better, to make up for the lost time. I would like my counsel to add if they have anything else.
Thank you, Mrs. Salve. I would just like to say that I hope that both the parties have come here with open-minded, keeping in mind the paramount interest of the child, the kind of upbringing that a child needs. I believe that all of us know that there should be no regret in the child's life later on that they did not get to spend the time with their grandparents. Like that is something which I believe is very essential. And we're just here to talk on terms that are mutually agreeable to both the parties. Thank you.
Okay, to summarize, Namita Salve is saying that she wants to spend time with her granddaughter because she's suffering from a terminal illness. Right? Okay.
Could we hear Ms. Shreya's side? Thank you.
As I've already introduced myself, I am Shreya Mehta and I am the mother of Sanya. I would also like to agree with Namita on the fact that we want what is best for Sanya in all senses and respects, what is best for her security, her health, and her all-round well-being. And with regard to the issues and prejudices between us personally, we would not like to dwell on that at all because we are here only for the sake of Sanya and for her well-being. And I would just like to go on and iterate that we want to keep things cordial between us as well as ensure that Sanya has cordial relationships with her grandparents while keeping the fact that she's still suffering from trauma. So after what happened with her father, after his passing, and Sanya has been going through depression. And this has also been a result of some of the ill words that have been spoken about her father, which has resulted in Sanya being very sensitive and in a fragile state. So as a result of this, I had to schedule some counseling sessions with Dr. Hegde at Mind Matters Clinic. I'm sure all of you are aware of the clinic. It's a very popular one and one well known for treating children with depression. And she has recovered so much since then, but I don't want anything that could come in the way of her recovery or endanger her in any way. I hope Miss Namita would understand that, and being a mother herself. I'd like my counsel to elaborate more on my concerns.
First of all, I would like, I'm very sorry for you, Mrs. Namita, that you lost your son and now you are suffering from such a deadly disease. May God give you a lot of power and may you have a really great life ahead. And we hope that whatever suggestion, whatever comes out of this meeting, it's for the paramount interest of the daughter and for what's best for you as a grandparents and what's best for my client as well. But the council would like to state few points now. So Shreya's daughter Sanya had been away from her grandparents since a lot of time. she had been through a lot. As a child, going through depression, going through trauma, seeing so much in her house at such an early age has left a deep impact on her, which has led her to go to therapy. And also, as you know, that being a single mother in a patriarchal Indian society is not an easy task. And Radhika, and she had my client Shreya, she had been suffering from it since long. She has raised her child with so much of hardships. I mean, it's as a mother, I think, Mrs. Namita, you could clearly see that how what hardships, a broken marriage, a depressed child, a family that is did not support her, and everything that has happened had left a deep wound, not only on the mind of my client but also on her daughter's mind, which is sort of very disturbing for my client. So with that, but still, my client wants to keep in mind one thing. She has gone through a lot, but she doesn't want her daughter to go through the same. Although she could not have a very cordial relationship with the father, or she was very young when the Rohan passed away, and she could not understand things as a child. And but and what time she could understand it, there was divorce, and plus Rohan was an alcoholic, so you could see that for Sanya, the father figure is absent from her life since the beginning. Plus she went for the therapy and depression. Seeing all these factors, my client wants the daughter to have a good relation with the grandparents, but she has certain concerns when it comes to it. So the council will elaborate further in this session that what are the concern and what are it. But our end goal would be welfare of the child and what is the paramount interest of the child. And next thing would be ensuring best education and lifestyle for Sanya, with also making sure that she's connected with her grandparents. So these are going to be two major agendas for us in today's mediation, and we also be giving some certain proposals which will be for the welfare of all of us. So that's what the council has to say. Thank you so much, Madam.
Thank you. So if what I heard correctly from the side of Shreya and Bhavani is that Shreya has had a tough time being a single parent with Sanya having depression, and of course she's been going for counseling. And honestly, from what I see after hearing both the sides, I feel that we're in a great position because we've already agreed on two things. One is wanting the best for little Sanya, and
yes.
two is mending the relationship that Sanya has and that Shreya has with the grandparents, that is the parents of Rohan. Right.
Yes, yes.
So from what I see, apart from what the council has Bhavani has respectfully laid down, other than education and the connection with her grandparents, I see that, yes. So I see that this is all that you all want to discuss, or am I missing something else?
Best education and lifestyle needs to be taken into consideration for the betterment of the child. Yeah, this
all
is
right.
Rest. We are totally fine with the agendas.
Okay. Is there anything coming from Mrs. Salve's side?
No, I believe that would be the agenda for today as well. We agree.
Okay. All right. That's great. Okay. So now with reference to education and lifestyle, so what would you all like to cover under that?
So in the education and lifestyle, first of all, my client will be in a better position to elaborate about the schools and stuff. But as a council, I would like to put on some factual aspects. So what my client has in mind is a good school where she can go, just like Mrs. Namita, and as Mrs. Namita knows that she had been a doctor and in such a noble profession. And of course, when the grandparents are
40 minutes left.
When the grandparents are such educated, well educated, have served in military, salute to you, ma'am, and had been working so hard. So of course, what less do they expect for their granddaughter? Maybe my client might not be related to them by genes or blood, but Sanya is their own flesh and blood. She is their own granddaughter. So of course, as a grandparents who are so educated, have served in army and as a doctor, so we want them to pay for the educational fee of a good school in Pune, which my client will elaborate on further. She has certain things in mind, of course, like every mother has for a child. And talking about good lifestyle, so of course we know that you can not only go to school, but there are other expenses as a child that you need, like for the tuitions, for the classes, for the books, leisure activities, and a lot of stuff for the overall development of the child. So physically, mentally, socially, of course, why would you, as a grandparents, why, and as a rich grandparents, why would you expect something less for your granddaughter? So when we so this is what we meant by ensuring best education and lifestyle. This is what is the for best interest. Now my client will further elaborate on why these needs are there and what is it.
Okay, so from what we hear, just to sum up, is under education and lifestyle, you'll refer to paying for the school of Sanya for a
Yes.
good school and leisure and overall development of the child.
Yes.
Okay.
My
ahead.
client will elaborate on that further.
Yes, go ahead, Shreya.
If I may, as Tanya is 14 and she's going into her ninth grade, my wish as her mother is that she would study at a better school with better facilities, the one that me and Rohan studied in preferably. And it's a beautiful army school that will help our daughter grow in a way that we want her to grow, the way we grew up, learning the values and growing up with a love and pride for our nation, as well as with a very important disciplinary lifestyle. So, which is why we were hoping to shift her to a better school. And I just like to bring that up on at the table here for Namita and everybody else here to know. If I may also ask Namita, why the sudden interest in reaching out to your daughter all of a sudden? Sanya has been there, it's been so many years since you've reached out to her. And I just curious to know why all of a sudden there were so many moments in time when you could have reached out to her earlier. Why all of a sudden?
If I may clarify, we had
Sure.
made sufficient attempts to get to know her, to talk to her. You had kept her away, far hidden from us, from our reach. We weren't able to communicate because you were the source of our communication. And if you close us out of your life, how are we supposed to reach out to our granddaughter? And I would like to clarify a few other things that were mentioned by Shreya and her counsel, that um, we we always saw Shreya as our own daughter, since Rohan was our only son, and his wife is naturally close to us. She means a lot. She meant a lot to us even after the divorce, and we never wanted to for you to separate from us completely. We are we are we are a family through Sanya, and we always wanted to help you and her through the tough times you guys went through. I have seen enough trauma. I am an army doctor. I'm a certified doctor. I know how to deal with trauma. I could have helped I could have helped you and Sana better to deal with death of Rohan, and emotionally, financially, in all the ways. And being raised in a childcare center is not a lifestyle. We were always here. We live in the same area. We all live close by. And we do not mind her staying with us or you living with us. We have never had a problem raising either one of you, because we are your elders, and it is our job, our our need and our want to have our younger generation around us. And we may not be related by blood, but we are still related by relation, and we've always respected that. If my counsel wants to add anything else, I would like to
The council would like to clarify that Miss Namita had made several attempts to reconcile with the child after uh, the demise of her son as well. And prior to that, the child had been spending regular time with the grandparents as well. That was one source of experience that the child can get, like from the elders. Uh, being in a Miss Shreya, being a working woman, may not be able to give her as much time as that may be required. And that is totally understandable considering the circumstances that exist. But I believe that at the same time, if the child is going through trauma, I think it is better, as like my client has already clarified, that that time should be spent with elders. The child should not have any regret in their life about that. Also, I would like to ask if there are any specific um, issues that the opposing party or the opposing council would like to address here that we could work upon to help resolve this conflict.
Okay,
Just a clarification. Yeah, sure,
yes.
sure.
The council would like to step in further, seeing what Mrs. Namita and the council had made the statements. So, the first of all, my client had a very traumatic experience while she was a daughter-in-law in their house. So, Mrs. Namita has stated that she could have come for help, but the reality is that she was already going through a very rough patch in her marriage. Imagine getting married to someone and finding that they are alcoholic and being harassed by them is something which they found it very she found it very disturbing. And also the grandparents used to speak bad things about their son to the granddaughter, which has left a very deep impact on the mind of the granddaughter. And that is why she went into therapy, because she never had a father figure in front of her eyes, and whatever she knew was something really worse, that too coming from the parents of the father. So these kind of circumstances have led to insecurities about from my client, that things that should there be establishment of a relationship or not. Even this time, because my client felt that my client felt that because the grandparents are so much willing this time right now, and they at seeing at this stage of life, we should give them a chance. But as the council has stated, yes, we do have certain proposals to keep in mind, while we also give the access to the granddaughter to see. But my client will further elaborate, because as a council, I'm only advisory. I'm only in advisory position, but it's both the mother, the grandmother, and the mother who should decide for the welfare of the child. Because me and my council, I think you agree on that. We might put any solution based on the legality and what's better, but the internal mindset of the child will only be known to our clients. And I think this is what is best for us. So I think my client will further elaborate on what is the situation and why will we put forward the solutions. Because without their insight, we actually cannot go ahead of what should be put forward on the table. So,
Okay,
Madam
so
Mediator,
deduce from sure.
The council would
Council.
like to make some clarifications upon the points that have been made by the opposing party's council. Firstly, as far as it is concerned that my client or that the grandparents have made some comments about the father. So just to clarify it right here and now, so considering the fact that Sanya is at an age of 14-year-old, she is mature enough to understand the difference between right and wrong. The grandparents have only used their son as an example of like how things can be and what are the rights and wrongs in life. They've given an example of what things should be avoided in life. They don't want the child to be affected in the same manner. They have not in any way harmed the mentality of the child. They have been spending time with the child. It has been already established that this was followed earlier as well, that the child used to spend time earlier with them. But it is only after the demise of the son that the child has been kept away from them and that they have not been able to interact with them. It is only after that they have stayed with Ms. Shreya that they have they're going through this time period. And this is something that my client, as she has already stated, could address, being a doctor and being a loving grandmother, that she wants to address. She wants the paramount interest of the child. And I think that is something that is very important here.
Okay,
the
if I may
person wants mediator to note down one point about this.
Sure.
Yeah. So we need to make a point that Sanya is not a mature person. She's just 14 years old. We cannot put her very young or very old or very mature. She's 14. She's middle of an age where she cannot understand what's right, what's wrong. She is, and especially for a child who has been into a therapy, it's very hard for her to take decisions. Right now, her decision is that she does not want to reconcile with the grandmother. The council is not like does not know what was the situation before or after, but after what is the current situation is the child had been to therapy. She's just 14. She's just in the just a teenager who's little rebel, who has a lot of things in mind, which is very psychological and very normal. Keeping in mind of this, the decision needs to be taken. So, Madam Mediator, please take a note of this.
Council, also I'd like to clarify here.
My client will elaborate on further.
Hi. Okay. So first of all, the courtesy,
yeah.
one person at a time, guys.
Sorry,
Please,
sorry.
I'm showing my two hands. See, from whatever we have heard so far, I agree that there is a past and there are things that have happened. For example, Namita Salve said that there were some lifestyle issues with Shreya, and Shreya said that there has been negative impact and depression to the child. I totally agree with whatever you guys have said, but I guess that moving forward and your importance of the betterment and welfare of the child, let us discuss on what do you guys want from here. For example, Namita Salve said that she wants to spend time with her granddaughter, and Shreya also at some point agreed that she's willing to send her at times to spend time with her grandmother because she's already dying. So let us discuss on what you guys like are really looking forward from this point rather than discussing about what has happened in the past. Right.
Ms. Namita, just a small clarification to your answer when you were answering Ms. Shreya. I think I heard you say that you do not mind staying with them. Am I right? If that is, you do not mind them staying with you. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
I do not mind them staying with us.
All right. Okay. It was just a clarification from my side. Yes.
So you guys can propose what you guys are wanting as a result of the agenda, which is about Sanya right now. Like her custody, who should spend time with her, who should take care of her, the welfare of the child. Let's discuss on that. What are your points and your perspective on this issue?
Respected mediators.
Firstly, yes.
Respected mediators, may I
Namita,
proceed?
you may.
Alcoholism has caused a lot of problems in our family, and I would not like it to be the reason for this forceful separation from our granddaughter, and I think everyone would agree here. My husband has been dealing with his alcohol issues, and I understand the mental scarring it would have caused to Sanya, and we have introspected for 3 to 4 years now. We've had enough time without her to know what went wrong, and we are ready to make those changes. And we don't want that we don't want Sanya to grow up knowing that her grandparents were alive but not there for her, because as a child she would always see it as a wrong at our end that we weren't there for her when she would think in retrospect. And we want her to stay with her after school and not in a daycare center or any other place.
Okay.
And for therapy or any other resource she wants, we will provide it to her. All the best things that she requires. And even if Shreya requires something from us, we are ready to provide that. We have enough resources to do that. But for that, we need their involvement in our lives.
Okay. So you are willing to provide financial support?
The council would like to clarify that the client wishes to offer that Ms. Shreya and the granddaughter lives with them, and that they could provide financial assistance to the child as well in education, as well as any other needs that she might have.
All right. So if what we understand from here is that Ms. Namita is willing to provide financial support and for anything that Ms. Sanya and Ms. Shreya need. And in addition to that, they prefer having Sanya over at their house after school hours instead of having her in a daycare center. Am I right?
Yes. We are actually we have also pointed out that we wouldn't mind sharing the residence with Ms. Shreya and Sanya as well, in case that they wish to do so.
Shreya,
what do you have to say about this?
Okay, if I may, I absolutely agree with Namita on the fact that we want what is best for our child, for Sanya, and we want her to bond with you. Thank you, mediators, for bringing the fact that we are here for the sake of Sanya and not to discuss the things of the past. with regard to your solution, Namita, I would like to clarify first that Sanya does not go visit a daycare center after school, but she stays with my parents and spends time with them. After all, they are in the same place as I am settled in, and so she bonds with them and spends time with them. I would love for her to spend time with you, and which is why my council has proposed, which is why after a long discussion between me and my council, we have come up with certain solutions. But with regard to living with you and sharing the household with you, I'm afraid that will not be possible simply because of the fact that Sanya is still uncomfortable with the idea of living with you. In fact, just before this session, she told me that she did not want to spend time with you at all. And I tried to convince her to spend more time with you and to bond with you, but she's still a bit against the idea. So my council will further propose possible solutions to improve your bond with her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just a quick clarification, if I understood correctly, just for my clarification, is that you're saying that Sanya does not stay at a daycare center after school. She's staying with your parents instead, and that Sanya is not very comfortable staying with Ma'am Namita as yet.
Yes.
All right. Council, Bhavani, please go ahead.
Yes. As my client has very well stated and established that even my client wants her daughter to go and bond with the grandparents and to be very much part of their life. I understand Namita auntie's concern that she also want to be part of her granddaughter's life and be there while they are there. So yes, we totally agree. That is why whatever solutions we are going to propose, they are in the best interest of the child and you as well. So for that, we are proposing a parenting plan, which is a document which outlines the parenting schedule and which includes also each parent's responsibility in raising their children. This is a American custodial concept, but we do feel that this kind of concept will really be helpful in this case because the kind of trauma. But the council will come on further. So first is a parenting plan, which we are thinking of going ahead with this. Second thing is because it's clearly established that Sanya had a bitter time with you, which we are really sorry about. And Sanya does not want to come and stay with you. So we are thinking of ways through which the relationship could be improved. And the times you have missed out with her, those could come back and she could actually feel that you are very much part of their life. So what we propose is that you send her cards or gifts on festivals, birthdays. So I think that will be a small gesture, but it will be a very sort of thing which we feel that will actually work for in your favor. So next thing is that a child's need to ensure to be not deprived of any form of love. So we would allow you to attend her annual days, PTA meetings, because she doesn't have a father, but she has a grandfather and a grandmother. So you can come to her PTA meetings, annual days, sports days, which can really be good. Next thing which we want to propose, and it's something which you would personally relate to because Rohan and the family, as my client told me, that Rohan and you as a family used to go on trips before the marriage hit the rocks, of course. So you can reminisce that those memories. So you can have a regular weeknights or overnights and weekends, holidays, and summer vacations together. So you should take the granddaughter with Shreya, of course, together, Shreya, Sanya, you both, so that you all as a family could go to a holiday annually and just try to work on your relationship. So this is what we feel, because as I have the council has stated earlier as well that we could have directly gone to the court and settled this matter, and of course the custody could have been given to the mother because she has been taking care since so many years and even the daughter is not consenting. But we do not want that. We want to see the interest in what's best for the child. So with that is why we propose all of this. Maybe a common household won't be possible. It will arise to lot many agitations and anger issues and might get things worse, but all these small gestures, going on
Team,
a vacation,
20 minutes left.
Madam
going
Mediator,
on
Maybe
will create a very positive environment and will help to establish a cordial relationship with all the family. Maybe it's better to have two good houses than to have one broken house. So let's just keep this mind and go forward with the solutions.
All right.
My client will tell further about the solution and coming.
Madam Mediator, the council would like to make a request here.
Sure.
The council would like to make a request to the opposing council and the opposing party not to make any comments as to the mentality of the child, not to make any comments that might be personally attacking my client's integrity. She has come in here despite her medical condition in all good faith to resolve this dispute, not to refer to the course of action that they could have taken, because we are here to resolve this mutually. And I believe that the council has time and again referred to the fact that they could have gone for custody. They should be dealing here in good faith, in trust, in love and care. Considering that we are here for the paramount interest of the child, the upbringing of the child, it is a child's future that is at question here. And I believe that it should be a cordial conversation between my client and the opposing party's client.
Yes.
They have been in
The council would like to apologize for the words that hit Mrs. Namita. I'm so sorry if the council has stated anything that has hurt you, and the co-council that if anything hurts, I'll try to refrain from using any words that disturbs the mediation, because we want a very good solution in the end. I'm
glad that the councils have come to this on this. However, Bhavani and Shreya have put forth a few options. Because we strayed a bit from the topic, I'd like to reiterate what they were. First is a parenting plan. You all had proposed a parenting plan regarding Sanya. Then is sending gifts to Sanya by Namita on her birthdays and on various occasions.
Yes.
The third is attending her events and occasions like annual day, sports day, etc. at her school. And the final one is of taking trips as a family to reminisce of the past times and make new memories with Sanya. Am I right?
Yes, yes.
All right. And Namita, what do you have to say about
I
that?
guess there is only, there's a parenting plan. So we can consider these vacations, holidays and all as a part of your parenting plan only. Like
Yes.
That means that the point that was put forth by Namita, that she wants you guys to stay with her, you are having a conflict with that point. So you're proposing, instead of staying with her, we'll have a parenting plan which consists of holidays, vacations and gifts and all.
Exactly.
So that way you can have a connection. But there was a second point also put forth by Namita about providing financial support.
Yes.
Right. So I guess, so let's just discuss these 2 points. So I guess with the second one, both the parties agree that they are happy to accept financial support from Namita for Shreya and Sanya as well. Is that so?
Primarily for Sanya.
Okay,
Since,
primarily for Sanya. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
May I clarify a few things?
Sure.
Liver cancer of stage 4 is like death is waiting right in front of me. I do not have the luxury to go on annual trips. The fact that we are having an online conversation proves enough that I am not in the condition to move out. I am not in the condition to have the usual kind of fun that families have. I just have the luxury to talk to my granddaughter, to spend time with her in my premises.
Okay.
And as far as the fact goes that she lives with her other grandparents, we were not informed of that. We would have considered certain other things had we known that she is already under someone else's supervision. And I would like to clarify that a 14-year-old child, no matter how much trauma they have gone through, they are smart enough to understand who's wrong and who's right. But for that, they have to spend certain time with the person they are referring to. Sanya has known us until 2018. What we have gone through in the past 3 years and what changes we have brought in these past 3 years. She does not know that. She does not understand that. Evolution of mind is one thing that needs to be considered here. She has also matured slightly from who she was back then. And we would like for her to talk to us again, to make up her mind again. If she does not like spending time with us, we would like to make changes which suit her in our behavior to accommodate her as much as we can. Because I could live for 4 months, 5 months, probably a year. But I don't want her to live with the memory that her grandparents were bad, or her father was an alcoholic, or her grandfather was an alcoholic. She deserves good memories, right memories, and she deserves to understand everyone's struggle here. And we don't want her to grow up in a very, very suffocating environment.
Okay.
The council would
Yes.
just like to add on one point. To the knowledge of my client, we had been informed by the neighbor of Miss Shreya, who runs the daycare, that Miss Sania had been spending time there. So that is why that point was raised earlier, that she had actually been spending time in the daycare.
All right. So, Namita and Council, what you all just stated is that you do not have the luxury of going on trips. However, you are willing to finance Shreya educationally and otherwise. And all you want right now is a chance to speak with your granddaughter and spend time with her as a normal grandparent. Other than, so you're saying that you are not up for the trips that were proposed by Shreya.
The council would like to, first of all, thank Mrs. Namita for putting forward her issues very nicely. And I'm really sorry that you are going through this and you don't have luxury of time. But that's pretty much. So keeping in mind, so first of all, we accept the first proposal about the maintenance and paying the educational fee. Thank you so much, Namita. That you're going to pay for the education and for the lifestyle of the your granddaughter, which is very much uh, gratitude from your side. So we need to look for certain other arrangements because we can have visitation, or we can give you visitation rights.
Okay.
So the granddaughter can visit you, like since you are under chemotherapy, so you would be going. So you might not visit. So we have already. So you can have video calls with your granddaughter thrice a week at any time you want. I mean during the daytime, like when she comes back from school and before her dinner time or before her sleep time. So I think that will be working perfectly for you as a grandparent, and also seeing your health condition, this will be very favorable. This is the one point we would like to propose, that video calls thrice a week, and also weekend visitation from your granddaughter. Is it okay with you?
The council would like to make a counter proposal.
Okay.
My client would be preferring that there be weekly visits from the granddaughter rather than video calls. She would rather have spend some real quality time with her, considering that she does not actually have a lot of time left with her. She wants to make the most of this time, and this same could be done through physical meets. It's
Okay,
like
we
during the day
totally
while
understand. Yes. We totally understand your concern that you want her to meet weekly. Yes, we agree that she has very less time left, and connecting with granddaughter comes as a priority for her. But please think about the granddaughter as well. She has school. My client is a busy parent, and it's so the kind of arrangement we are making is because seeing her health as well,
council.
and seeing the consent, the child's consent as well, we might come up with a solution which is which will favor us, one party, two party, but just see the child is not ready to meet. So with the video calls, they can start connecting, and on weekend visits, they can connect with each other and help. So my client, I think Mrs. Shreya would be in a better position to elaborate this further, because I'm only here for the advisory and she's here as a parent. So I think as a parent, it's her thing to tell. Yeah, please.
Bhavani, just a quick clarification
Yes.
regarding the meeting. So you're saying that Sanya is not willing to meet them personally during the week, but have an online video call instead.
Yes.
However, just a clarification with regard to the weekend meeting, would that be personally, or would that be on video call as well?
No, personally. Weekend, personally, physically meeting them wherever they feel comfortable. Like if she has
10 minutes left.
Yeah, so now my client will elaborate on further and
the
tell the
council would just
yeah.
like to make a very quick clarification here. I don't think that the council should be making statements which are on behalf of the child, because if the council is saying that the child is not ready to meet the grandparents, and then they're saying that the child would be ready to meet them on the weekends, I think that is something that is very conflicting, and these are
The
two
council is
contradictions.
only speaking in advisory capacity.
If I
And
may
If I may
clarify,
interject. Yeah,
let the
sure, please, Shreya.
okay, so why we're proposing weekend visitations is because Sanya is at a growing age. She's in 8th grade and she's moving on to her 9th grade. During the weekdays, she'd like to take time to study and to focus on her academics. And during the weekends, because I'm free as well as she is, I could make her agree or try to make her understand that it is important to visit. And we want to start slow with regard to Sanya visiting Namita, because I do realize that Namita, you don't have the luxury of time considering your state and what you're going through. And I do understand. But at the same time, we need to consider that Sanya is also wants to take time. Sanya will take a little time to move on from all that is happening. That she needs time to fully start bonding and getting along with Namita. So that is why we are proposing weekend visits in the beginning, and the visits can increase more according to the comfort of Sanya.
Okay, so
Yes, so
what
the
I
proposal,
see.
yes, Madam Mediator, just one thing. So the proposal we are proposing is on for the temporary basis. If in future we see that the granddaughter and the grandparents are bonding well, and my client is also secured that yes, the things that have happened in past will not happen further, and they will be rest assured, and all her concerns are being answered, we will move to another mediation session and make sure that the grandparents have a more privilege to be with the granddaughter. So we are not very rude. We really want the granddaughter to be with the grandparents. It's just for a trial basis. We want to have a proposal so that the concern that my client has are clarified. So this is for this. So please.
The council would like to make an addition to this proposal if it is agreeable to by Ms. Namita. This temporary basis could be followed for a period of 1 month, as you are suggesting, and then we could reconsider the terms that are being proposed by you. And if the child feels more comfortable spending time with the grandparents, then she may do so like on a daily basis while Ms. Shreya is at work, and then she may return to her home at whenever Ms. Shreya returns.
We do agree on one. Can the time period be increased a little? Can it be 1 month and 20 days? Because it's weekend, so it will be like
as like Ms. Shreya has already stated, as Ms. Namita has stated like repeatedly, she does not have the luxury of time. So
yes,
I think
I
that
agree
is
on
something
that.
that we do
But
need to take into consideration.
we do need to agree, but there's some repercussion. But okay, your proposal is fine. We do agree on that. Mike.
Just
I agree with your proposal.
Okay, we are fine with 1 month. We agree with your proposal.
Okay, so you guys are okay with one month wala thing.
Yeah,
okay.
The proposals, the trial period extends to 1 month.
1 month. Okay.
Yes,
so if I have to summarize, both the parties have agreed on the two agendas that we had in the beginning. First is about the financial support that
yes.
Mrs. Namita will be providing financial support primarily for Sanya. Okay.
Yes.
And Shreya as well, depends on the time, right? And second is about the visitation rights and all those things. So firstly, for 1 month, there's going to be visitations every weekend. Okay. And video calls 3 times every week. Okay.
Yes.
And yeah. Okay. And for occasions and events. Yeah. To grandparents' house. Okay. Visitations. Yes. Okay. And then after 1 month, when the trial period ends, depending on how the child reacts and how she is willing and how the environment is for her, okay, and for her betterment and for her welfare, then
yes.
it may change in the next mediation proceeding.
Yes,
right?
yes,
you may have a discussion on it, and then you guys will be concluding whether you want to change it or going to continue it.
Right? Yes. We have to make one more proposal in mind, which we want to discuss with Mrs. Namita.
Let us keep the cognizance of time in mind. Okay.
Yeah.
So we could discuss this in the next session. because we will of course be meeting in the next session, council, so we can discuss it in the
But
next
can we
session.
put forward the proposal so that the council can think over for the next
Sure,
mediation?
sure.
Definitely.
The thing is that for the future of Miss Sanya, we need to think of something substantial and very some property that needs to be given to her, because she is at a growing age, and her future, we are not very sure of her futuristic aspects. So we want one of the properties of Namita, Mrs. Namita, where she makes Shreya as trustee and Sanya as beneficiary when Sanya, of course, attains the age of maturity. Any of the properties, it's not for it's for the benefit of Sanya, so that in future she does not has to face any financial issues, because of course she's being raised by a single parent, and God forbid if something happens or some situations arrive, we are not sure about futuristic aspects, she at least has something as a resource in the future when she grows up.
Team,
And
5 minutes left.
yes, so as a future, so this is
Miss
what we have
Namita?
proposed. Yes,
would-
I hope Namita, we will be agreeing
So,
on this.
I would like to clarify that since she is the only person we have in our family, naturally all our properties, all our wealth, whatever we have
Okay.
materialistically would go to her.
Okay,
And
thank you so much.
Yeah.
So I
Thank you.
guess
So
we
to
have
I'm
sorted
glad
out
that
on
we
the
can
judges.
agree with that, Namita.
Yes,
And
yes,
I'm
we are
happy
glad.
that you also are concerned, equally concerned about the welfare of our of my child Sanya and your granddaughter. Thank you so
Yes.
much.
So mediator,
Thank
if I
you
may.
for yes.
Sure.
Yes. So yeah, that's okay. Namita, you can speak. So as of now, my co-mediator has already summarized what has been agreed on, and there is that one proposal that was just put forth by Bhavani about the properties being handed over, and Namrata clarified that all the properties and all the wealth would be going to Sanya, being the only grandchild of the family. And honestly, looking at today's meeting, I feel that both the parties have really come and with an open mind. They have both already had meeting of mind before they came to the meeting. That is the benefit of Sanya and having her meet her grandparents and the overall development of her as a child. And I feel that I'm sure my co-mediator agrees with me when I say that this was a very fruitful session. We did stick to our interests. Of course, we did tend to go astray just for a bit, but that all helps us to reach where we have reached as of now.
Yes.
So
Congratulations. I like to say,
congratulations.
yeah.
Yes, of course.
Congratulations to both the parties for making the
Thank you
progress
so
so
much,
far.
Madam.
And like this mediation has helped us to think out of the box rather than going to the court proceedings. And I'm really glad that both the parties are satisfied. It's not like a win and lose position right now. Both the parties are at the win-win position. And I can see both the parties smiling and being satisfied right now.
Yes.
So yeah, that's a very great thing.
And if you wish to retain Kavya and me as your mediator, of course, please give us a call and we can set the next meeting with you whenever.
Thank
it
you.
is for all of us.
Thank you so much, both the mediators, for facilitating this session so smoothly and understanding the problem of my client and Mrs. Namita as well, seeing her age and situation. And thank you to the co-counsel for proposing really good solutions and helping us all to come for the best interest of the child. This session was really fruitful, and we hope that in the next session as well with these mediators, we hope that in the next session we get like more better things and the best interest of the grandparents, granddaughter, and my client. And thank you so much again, and thank you so much for coming for the mediation. It was a great experience listening to you all, working with you all, and discussing our issues. I think it's one of the best ways to tackle a problem out of the court. And thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
I'd like to also take a moment to thank you, Namita, for being so open to the proposals that we put at the table. And thank you for coming up with counter proposals also that are so beautifully put forth for the benefit of Sanya. Thank you, mediators, for facilitating such a smooth mediation session. We really appreciate you. And I'd again like to take time out to just appreciate how beautifully you've conducted this session. Thank you,
A pleasure.
and your counsel, for being so open and so agreeable with us on the solutions that have been proposed, and considering all of the things that are necessary for Sanya's overall development and well-being. I am very, very grateful that this session has moved on so smoothly. And we hope that we could again schedule a mediation if all things go well with the same mediators, and that things will continue to be as smooth as they have been right now. Thank you.
And we wish a speedy recovery for
Namita, your
Mr.
time is over
Thank
now.
you.
Yes. Ma-
May I be given a chance to thank all the people, if the team allows.
Sure.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Shreya, for considering this mediation, and we hope that along with Sana's prejudices against us, yours change as well. And we would like to thank the mediators for conducting their duties so succinctly, and the councils, especially my council, to stand up for me when I needed it, and the council for Shreya to support her all through the process. Thank you.
The council would also like to thank the mediators for providing us with their valuable time and for conducting this process smoothly. Keeping in mind the paucity of time, I would just like to thank everyone present here for going through this process amicably and coming to a peaceful resolution. And I hope that this family continues to grow together and they can reconcile and have a healthy bond and relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear participants. And with this, we finish with the last round of our semi-final. And now I would like to request the respected judges of the semi-final round to kindly give their suggestions and opinions to the participants.
So it was in fact very good, and uh, all the rounds actually were very good. I have judged a few of them before, and the quality of the mediators or the clients or the or their respective counsel was actually above the previous competition that I've judged. So that's a good thing. And all of you, I'm sure, are maybe in the second or third year of law school, or maybe in the fourth. So it's a good start. Yes, of course, law may not be spoken, as in, what I mean is, it may not be a situation where in mediation we use too much law, we quote case laws, so on and so forth. But it's always good to be aware of what the law is, and just so how it works is that, at least from my limited experience, we can steer the course towards something that the courts have previously decided, because the judgments would be nothing but based on certain logical principles. So my understanding of how a mediation ought to be done is that the mediators as well as the counsel need to be well versed with what the present position of law is, but at the same time be able to compromise where it is possible for the good of the parties who are compromising or settling. Specifically, I think the mediators did really well in all the rounds. They had a very good grip over the sessions. Um, of course, there were times when I did feel where one mediator had slightly more screen time than the other mediator, but I think that is a part of the competition, and it really doesn't matter so long as you make valid points. And in fact, the I think the trick here is the mediator who may not have that much screen time. The point is, if that mediator could identify which position or which point was missed out by the previous mediator, if that mediator could substantiate, that would definitely give more brownie points than the mediator who spoke for a longer period of time. Number one. With respect to the clients and their respective counsel, of course, the role of a counsel is limited. but I did see some teams where the client, the council did pop up when required, did provide handy advice to their respective clients, and also, I there were certain teams which had a very good coordination between the clients and the council, where certain aspects would be mentioned by the council, by the client, and certain aspects such as how much money, so on and so forth, would be referred to by the council. Lastly, yes, it's always good to be innovative in mediations, whatever innovative solutions you can come up with. It may not be applicable in India. I heard one team coming up with custody of how custody of kids are managed in the USA. There's nothing wrong. It's not legal or illegal here in India, so it's absolutely fine. In fact, while I was going through certain case laws after we got the problem, it's actually a case which favors both the mother and which favors the grandparents. So it's not a situation where only the mother ought to have won before court or the grandparents ought to have lost before the family court. So this is all I had to say. I leave it to my senior, Mr. Chirag, who can give his valuable comments.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, Alok. I really enjoyed all the 4 sessions, though starting from 9 a.m. it was very hectic. Listening to the repetitive stories. Probably I would like to pinpoint what Amok said about the screen time. It's not important how much you speak, it is important what you speak. That's the point we have to always keep in mind in mediation. Like there were few mediators, co-mediators, who spoke less, but whenever they spoke, it was very effective. They were to the point. Similarly, councils in most of the rounds, they spoke less, which they should have done. And whenever they spoke, they were again to the point, and it was there for the, putting across the interest of the client and not making the case litigative, right? Because generally tendency of the council is we have these laws, we can go to the court, we can do this thing, we'll get off the table. Different things can happen. I think which we must recognize. On the question of process by the mediator, one thing I want to emphasize is that while most of you did follow the right process, we need to keep in mind that mediation must start, okay, after your opening statement with the opening statement of the parties. And it should not directly start with the questioning. Like, we are the mediators and we want to ask this question. It should never be questioning. Then mediators must also keep in mind that their role is merely facilitative. So they should not bring their value judgments. I realized in 1 or 2 rounds that value judgments were coming of the mediators during the discussion. And that was also reflected in the questioning. Third thing we have to keep in mind, there were a few parties who were just, sitting on the desktop like this. It was like you are sitting over the camera. I think that should be avoided. Maintaining reasonable distance with the camera is part of the online skill, which we are still learning. You can't just sit on the camera and with your folded hands and what's happening around and then make interventions. So body language is equally important. There were few mediators who, despite being on the virtual platform, did reflected their emotions. So there were a few sessions where there were some emotions flowing by the parties, like the grandparents getting upset or getting sad because of how things are happening. And then the non-verbal communications of the mediators were at the display. I think better could have been done on the empathy part by most of you. I really didn't see that empathy, that, you know, counseling both the parties, not just one party. And that's the tricky situation about empathy. When you show empathy, other party may feel, is he taking the side of the other side? Therefore, maintaining empathy at the right time, in the right situation, is equally important, so that parties feel comfortable in the process. Asking them to calm down if they're crying or getting emotional takes nothing, right? So therein, if your value judgment is coming कि ये drama कर रहा है शायद, probably during negotiation, that's not the right approach. So overall, I think all of you did well. It was a great session. The quality of the rounds was up to the mark. So I congratulate the hosts and may the best win and proceed to the next round. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the feedback.
Thank you so much, sir, Chirag sir and Amok sir, for giving such a precious time from their busy schedule, that too on Sunday, and spending 4 to 5 hours with us and then giving feedback so that all the participants can be benefited for the future competitions as well as in the final round, whichever team goes. With this, I think we shall end the meeting.